All right, good evening, everybody. I'm going to call our meeting to order. It is Tuesday, October 21st, 2025, and it is 5:01 p.m. I am calling to order our regular meeting number 2025-30. So with that, Julie, you want to call roll?
Gail Gary,
Here.
Joella West,
Here.
Michael Bacino,
Here.
Amy Dixon,
Here.
Dakota McGinley, here, Steve Muntean,
Here.
and Brian Swintek.
Here.
Okay, next on our agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. We'll all stand and say the Pledge of Allegiance. There's a flag on the back wall and one behind me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, again, I want to welcome everybody to tonight's meeting. I will just point out that we do allow public comment at 2 different times during our meeting. If you're here to comment on an item that is specifically on our agenda, we take public comment at the time the agenda item is being heard. If you're here to talk about an item that is not on our agenda, we typically have public comment somewhere around 6 o'clock or after the city manager report. In terms of the Stagecoach Mountain Ranch conversation, we will that will be discussed during our city manager report, and then we will take public comment during our general public comment period. And we do just ask everybody that you please limit your comments to 3 minutes. And in order to make a public comment, you just come on down to the front, state your name, your address, and we've got a little clock right here to make sure you can see how much time you have left. So again, just really appreciate everybody limiting their comments to 3 minutes so we can get through our agenda on time. With that, we do have just a few items that we do go through in advance of moving on to our city manager report. And the first one is our city council reports. And I am going to go first, just because I want to make sure that we have a little something to say. We all know that we have our official reception next on November 18th after the election, honoring, our outgoing council members, as well as acknowledging any new council members that will be elected during the November 4th election. But I did just want to take this opportunity to thank Councilor McGinley and really say that we really appreciate you stepping up to serve these last 4 years and absolutely appreciate the perspective that you have brought to council. And I think it's during these last 4 years, the issues that we have addressed, your perspective and lived experience has helped really ground our conversation. For anybody that doesn't know, Councilor Dixon was wrong. Councilor McGinley was the wrong. I know, right? Councilor McGinley was the youngest person in history to ever be elected to the city of Steamboat Springs. So again, a big shout out for that. She has been an effective member of council and a relentless advocate for those members of our community who have been historically underrepresented. Her superpower is her kindness, humanity, and your curiosity. You're a compassionate leader who takes the time to listen and understand issues and concerns that are brought to you by those with whom you represent and you work. So again, we really just appreciate the thoughtfulness that you have brought to this role, and you will be missed, but we expect great things. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Oh my gosh, I'm at a loss for words right now, but I'm
That's okay.
You're grateful for you.
You'll have the time to make a speech on November 18th, but we just wanted to, outside of the hoopla, wanted to just take this opportunity to say really appreciate all that you have brought to this, our discussions and our conversations over the last 4 years. So thank you. Good. All right. With that, we'll roll right into our regular council reports. Who'd like to go first? After that, Councilor Swintek, we'll let you go.
I don't have any updates to
Okay.
provide.
Councilor McGinley, go ahead.
All right. Well, I'm trying to get my notes pulled up here. Sorry. We did have a housing authority board meeting yesterday. I don't know if you guys want to come back to me. I don't.
Okay.
Hold on.
Yep.
I just have one update, which I'm sure Councilor Muntean will also elaborate on. Councilor Mantine and I attended the Gondola Transit Shuttle Study Stakeholder Meeting today. And Fair and Piers ran it, facilitated it. We had quite a good turnout, and hopefully most, if not all, the companies that have a shuttle buses for their condos or their housing for our tourists, hopefully most of them were represented. It was really interesting. I think it was the first meeting, and I think there's a lot of work that has to be done for that group. Words that came up and that were asked about how they felt about a consolidated shuttle system for the Gondola Transit Center. Skeptical, optimistic, but a lot of skepticism. So I think there's a lot of work to be done with that group. So it was a really good meeting, though. I really was appreciative that I could attend. So that's it.
Yes, be more than happy to go. I'm putting together an email actually for you guys. We had a building oversight committee on Wednesday, and it was kind of a very important meeting, and so it's going to be coming down the pipe. There's some wildfire regulations that the state has mandated that we adopt by April and enforce by July, and so. I'm going to send this to you to pass out to your design community and architects and whoever. What we're trying to hope to do is create maybe a petition for some things that are egregious, but a lot of these things will add probably 20% to the building cost that's currently where it is today. So if things are $700 a square foot, they're now going to be $840 a square foot to build. That's just in a rough estimate that we were looking at the Building Oversight Committee. But it's not that we can change a lot of it, but we may be able to look through some things, like the drywall that's on the outside of buildings and stuff like that. So I encourage you guys to look through that and be part of kind of knowing what's going on. Then we had RTA is moving forward with a lot of Luke Phillips has been doing a great job for our citizen group going through that. And that's been very helpful for the RTA getting that off the ground. And then I had the Northwest TPR quarterly meeting last Thursday, and that was really kind of going over just, again, the funding that's throughout the whole area that we're dealing with. And one of the things that Craig was also doing, so Hayden, Craig, Steamboat, we all are working on these funding to look at train stations, and then also where we're going to put passing lanes and things like that. So we're fingers on the pulse, but nothing really major is happening right now. That's all I got.
Well, I will say that Luke made a great presentation to the Sustainability Council Forum last night, complete with a wonderful backdrop. He made a great presentation on the importance of the RTA.
Good call.
Other than that, I've been attending a lot of forums. And the other thing of interest was this morning, it was billed as a Firewise presentation. A startup called Firebird has a potential program that is very much involved with AI. And if they are looking for early adopters, this was a pitch throughout county, although nobody from the county was there. We will see if that comes through. And that's, unless you want to hear more about forums, that's what I've got.
All right, thank you. All right, Councilor McGinley or Councilor Mantine, who'd like to go?
We'll save the best for last or second to last. Or you already went. Yes, Amy, Councilor Dixon, it was a good meeting today on the consolidated shuttle, and I'm looking forward to how that moves forward. I think I had, and I think Councilor McGinley, we had either 4 or 5 different housing meetings in the last 5 days. We'll talk about one of them later tonight. I just wanted to mention one other one. That was with the Housing Authority and some of their leadership team. Just talking a little bit about the community builders process, what phase 2 might look like from a housing authority standpoint. So there'll be more to talk about there, but we started a process to move that forward. And that's all I have.
All right. My internet is not working for some reason, so I can't pull up more specific notes for you. But at the special YVHA meeting yesterday, we talked about the global agreement for Mid-Valley, which I'm sure you all saw some information come in through Rainbow on that. And there was board approval on that yesterday, which was great. They've been in negotiations trying to get the agreement updated for months, so it's great to see that come through. The board also discussed Bear Village, which is, again, I wish I had more details on this, but they are moving forward with submitting a grant request to, I think it was DOLA. I could be wrong.
And that's
Yeah.
the one by Riverside, right?
Yeah, it's right next to Whitehaven. And so essentially, the housing authority is still investigating whether or not we want to pursue that development, but this grant with the state will, we're just submitting the application and we'll see if we get it. I can't remember exactly how much it was for.
Well, we're out $500 on
Yeah,
that.
it was very low risk to submit it's for a land banking grant to purchase the land. So, sorry, there's been so many housing meetings. Steve and I also had a housing subcommittee meeting before this meeting today regarding, well, another development that might come forward with STR requests. So if you have any more questions, sorry, that was a little ambiguous, but feel free to reach out.
No, I mean, that's great news, right? I mean, in the sense of, I think it's in terms of what we're hoping is happening with the short-term rental monies, and being able to actually have some funds that we can use to secure housing. So it's good to know that there is so much interest that's out there.
Right, and this one that we just met on was actually for another loan. So a potential request for a loan that could be paid back to the short-term rental fund, which I think is great because that just provides, more affordable housing now and into the future.
Yes, and that one also, if it goes through, they would break ground next April. So more to come on that.
Yeah, we're just looking at, seeing more and more of these entitled properties that are in the development pipeline, but aren't maybe able to get over the finish line. So how can we keep what's in the development pipeline moving and actually bring more affordability to those projects? So hopefully more to come.
Oh, good, great. Thanks, report. And 2 more housekeeping items. Again, if you're here for the Stagecoach Mountain Ranch project, we did receive what we call rainbow items. These are items that came in after our packet was published. They're either comments that we received from the public and or responses to questions that from staff that council may have posed. So again, if you want to see kind of the latest and anything that's not in the packet, it's here. We also have again, if you're here for any other of the items on tonight's agenda, as I say, they truly are rainbow items, so they follow the various different agenda items. And with that, just in terms of, and I think the other thing is apparently we are having some technical difficulties, so I don't think we're going to have the big screen behind us. Everything will be up there. Tom and I had the opportunity to talk to Leadership Steamboat. I mean, that's an annual thing that every year with the new leadership team, there is a city government day. And so Tom and I had the privilege of kicking that off in terms of talking about the city operations, talking about how council and the city staff kind of operate, talk a little bit about what council's role is, the charter, various different things like that. So that's always an interesting opportunity to talk with that group, and always fascinating questions that they bring up and ask as well. And then we have I think I mentioned this last week, the Climate Action Plan Collaborative Board has its annual open house tomorrow night, 5:30 at the library. So if you want to know what has been going on for the last year, this is a great opportunity to come. And this is really kind of our annual readout from an accountability perspective, as well as identifying progress that have been made by the different working groups, as well as we'll be highlighting those 4 local projects that received money from the $50,000 Yampa Valley Community Foundation grant. And those, again, are projects that should be easily duplicated within our community and range from like a solar array to, kind of the weatherization of homes. And then the other question is, or the other comment is, I think, Tom, did you check in to see if we're all set for coffee with council on Friday?
Yes, we have the room, and we can get the word out. We just need to know if council wants to do it.
Right. So I know, so it starts at 8:00. I know I can be there. Can anyone else want to join?
I could be there. I'll be a little late.
I can be there, not
Okay.
a problem.
Okay, good. So we'll just need to public notice it as a public meeting. So any council member that wants to come can come.
We will do that.
8 to 9:30.
Yes. Okay, anything else that needs,
How often I forget, for the Coffee with Council, is that once a month or okay. So we're going to start that up starting this Friday. Okay.
and then once a month until we move into the farmer's market. And then when it's farmer's market, we typically have the meet with the council during that time on Saturday mornings. So I think that'll start in either June or July.
Okay. Are we shooting for the third Friday of each month? Okay, so I'll make sure I have that in my calendar. Okay.
Perfect.
For those who don't know what Coffee with Council is, do you want to give a quick little snippet on?
Sure. Coffee with Council is your opportunity to basically come in, and we have council members that are there, and it's an opportunity really to have a conversation about issues that are of importance to you, outside of these chambers. So typically you get more than 3 minutes, and it is, the opportunity to ask questions. It's also the opportunity to bring any sort of, as I say, concerns that you might have, or if you have specific questions about things that are happening at the city. It's really that opportunity to have that kind of a conversation, and we really encourage people to come, and it tends to turn into absolutely a dialogue. So you have all sorts of different opinions that are shared. Anything you'd like to add?
A great time to connect with council over coffee.
And we usually have treats. So coffee and treats.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. So next we'll go on to our agenda review. And as I mentioned, our next meeting will not be until November 18th, and that will be after the election. So we'll start out at 4:30 with a reception for outgoing council members, as well as a reception kind of welcoming the new council members. And then we'll move directly in at 5 o'clock to swearing in the new council members. We have a pretty, so again, I think the agenda is pretty straightforward. Stormwater utility feasibility study findings. And of note will be item 13, which would be the first, if all goes well, the first reading of the ordinance approving the purchase of the Whistler Park parcel. And then I believe, Tom, right, we also added an ordinance certifying, would that be all the 3 mill levies?
Yes, the city's mill levy.
Say again?
City's mill levy.
Yep. Okay. So the first reading of that will be on the 18th. So that's been added to the agenda. Any questions on that agenda? All right. The next one meeting is November 25th. We did add to the community report the Routt County Communications funding mechanism. So wanted to have the county come in and take the opportunity to explain what that is, and specifically answer any sort of questions that council may have about that. And probably it's removed on the online version, but we did have an executive session at one point, and that's been moved to tonight. Then we move on to December 2nd. And again, that's a pretty straightforward agenda. Any questions on December 2nd? Okay, next is December 9th.
Yes, with December 9th, we met yesterday with folks from the Housing Authority. And I don't know, Tom, do you want to speak to the recommendation about talking to that Routt County Board of County Commissioners on Brown Ranch?
We talked about maybe putting that on hold, or I think it's kind of a placeholder and letting that kind of marinate a little bit. I mean, in terms of bringing maybe that to council first before adding it to the agenda for a joint discussion. So,
Just as a little bit of a background, this relates to the governance structure for moving forward on phase 2 for Brown Ranch. And there was discussion with the Housing Authority about what exactly does that governance structure look like? What are the roles and responsibilities? We have, I would say, a framework for that governance structure. There was discussion at that meeting about bringing it forward, because the question is whether or not the county would want to participate in that or feel like they should participate in that. In speaking with President Gary, she felt like maybe it was premature to bring it and have that conversation with the county before we've even brought it to city council to see if they support it. So that was the discussion.
And I'll just add to that I think the Housing Authority Board, as well as myself, would like to understand where the county's coming from, like what they feel like their role is and what they would like to do in terms of the formation of the governance, if they want to be involved. So I guess my question to council is if you would want that to come back to council, maybe in the December 2nd meeting. That looks fairly light. And then they could come back to you on December 9th. Or if you want to hold off, the idea is that this formation committee is going to hopefully, we'll see, because Brad's still scoping out the phase 2 with the community builders, but that they could help with the facilitation of this steering committee. So
I think it's a sequencing. And so I'm certainly open to that in terms of when, because again, we have tasked the community builders, right, with coming back with, a governance structure. And so I think my concern was I fully think we need to have the county in terms of what they expect their role to be. But I also think that we as a city probably want to have that conversation first, or at least get a sense. And if we think we're ready to have that on December 2nd, then we could, potentially that could be added, right, as a community report.
I mean, that's a month and a half away. I think we can go ahead and I like, your idea. Let's see where they land and let's try to then, we're not going to get in too much detail,
Right.
but let's kind of find out kind of what Dakota was saying,
Yeah,
see where they land.
Yes.
I've been here for 2 years and I'm confused with what you guys are talking about. And generally, I'm confused about phase 2. We're going to have new council members. And what we were presented last week is a cohesive council is trained and understands what we're doing before we make decisions. So should we be having a step in between this where there's some kind of onboarding for new councilors to understand in detail what has happened, so that we're all on the same page before we start having this next conversation about what phase 2 will look like? Because this next council could have a very different makeup.
I think that also brings up, and Tom, maybe you can address this, what kind of orientation plan there is for new council members.
Yeah, I mean, we typically we will try to get, we're going to have anywhere from 1 to 3 new council members. So if we'll get the new council members in, we go through kind of a process of talking about process more than necessarily issues. We try to set up times for new council members to meet with all the department heads to learn about their departments and how they function and give them a tour of the city. But I don't know that we would have time necessarily to go through and kind of get them up to speed on all things city issues. This is a big one. And so I think that we would probably include it with the discussion with the planning department and Rebecca Bessie and try to give them an update on what's occurred and what's happened with respect to Brown Ranch. So I don't know, from a timing perspective, I just don't know how much detail we'll be able to get into.
Yeah, and to your question, Councillor Swintek, this is specifically to that governance piece. And remember when we instructed I think as a council, the community, Tom, to work with the community builders to come back to us with this, the scope for the next phase of which coming up with, proposing different governance structures was one of those tasks, which is again, kind of why I was like, before we, have this conversation with the county, I'd like to hear from the community builders. But I think what we're hearing is maybe we need to, we can put a pin in it and then determine whether it makes sense to have something, if it's appropriate from a timing perspective, to have something on the 2nd to then tee up to have the conversation when we have the joint meeting with the county on December 9th. But I think there's acknowledgement that it needs to happen. I think the question is the timing and what's the sequence.
Yeah, I think the only other way maybe I was looking at this was just having clarity ongoing about what the role of the county is as we move forward on whatever process we determine for Brown Ranch. So it really wasn't a discussion around what is the process, what is the governance of that. It was more just clarifying what role does the county want to have as we move forward.
Which as I said in a meeting earlier today, I think that city council has to have clarity on what role city council wants to play going forward. And that it would be better use of our time when we sit down with the commissioners, if we know, or whoever that we is, because we don't know that either right now, if council knows how council feels comfortable positioning itself.
All right, so I think what I'm hearing, right, is I think Tom will keep that on the agenda in terms of having the conversation about what is the appropriate time to have those various different conversations. And what you described, Councilor Mateen, is a bit different than the way it was presented, right? It was presented that it was going to be more governance as opposed to having a broad conversation with the county about their role. So
I will, I want to circle back with the team to make sure December 2nd would work, because I don't want to give you just a rough framework. If you want to have that discussion about the governance, I want there to be enough detail and some examples. And then I can also follow up with Jay Harrington, the county manager, and just kind of pick his brain a little bit to see what their perspective might be. So I'll follow up with you on that. Okay.
And that might be something to, potentially we have that bring that conversation back to council either on the 18th or the 25th of November. Once you've got more information. Okay, so that brings us back to December 9th. So again, we have the joint meeting with the county commissioners, and right now we have the child care facility update and Mountain Rail. I think those are two placeholders, so that will be, again, we'll have a further discussion on that. And then we do have our work session that night as well. And so instead of just the generic housing opportunity strategic plan update, we'll have the inclusionary zoning linkage feasibility study conversation, as well as a discussion about the short-term rental tax funding kind of rolling solicitation process. So those two items will be on the agenda in addition to the Fish Creek water filtration plant agreement.
We're having 4 agenda items.
No, 3.
Okay.
So inclusionary and linkage feasibility study, and then the STR funding rolling solicitation process. Okay. All right. Okay, that's it. So we'll kick it over to Tom for the city manager report.
Great. Thank you, President Gary. And just a reminder for the community, you can find the city manager's report on our city website, steamboatsprings.net. Just go to the government tab and scroll down, and tonight's report, as well as all previous reports, are in there. So starting off with the departments, Public Works, the airport. The airport hosted the 5th annual Airport Appreciation Day and fly-in on Saturday, September 20th. We had 62 kiddos attend the runway fun run, and more than 20 transient aircraft visited the aircraft. So that is a popular event every year, and glad to see that continue. I know it's music to your ears, but I'll start this sentence with, in an effort to increase revenue at the airport and reduce the general fund subsidy, airport staff adjusted fees for the services they provide at the beginning of 2025. And the summary of those fee adjustments is provided in this report. These figures show that 2025 through September, as compared to all of 2024, over the first 3 quarters of the year, revenue for aircraft fees is already up $42,000 over the entirety of 24. So good to see that those fees are resulting in increased revenue. And revenue from fuel sales is also up through the first 3 quarters of 2025. And it's already exceeded the fuel sales from all of 2024. So if that continues, the airport is on track to have its highest annual fuel sales over the previous 7-year period. So I'm glad to see the staff is continuing to make efforts to increase revenue at the airport and try to reduce that subsidy as much as possible. In engineering, the Pine Grove Road reconstruction phase 1 project is just about complete. Over the past month, crews completed the remaining sections of sidewalk, road milling, base installation, business driveway upgrades, and construction of the bus stop and pedestrian crosswalk islands. They completed their paving for the most part. And final tasks include installation of signs and minor landscaping at business properties. They're expected to be done by the end of October. There was some, I would say we would call it waviness. I think that's a technical term. Waviness in the paving. That they're going to be working on through the next week. And that once that's done, that project will be pretty much wrapped up. And the US 40 downhill drive project, the other major road project that's occurring, is also nearing completion. I think that the traffic signal was activated today. So we're glad to see that complete. I'm sure the residents in that neighborhood are also very happy to see that project complete. So we should have basically substantial completion granted here shortly. So kudos to the entire team working on that. Those were 2 really big projects, and I'm glad to see those come to an end before the snow flies. There's a lot of information on the transit. The ridership number continues to rise, which is always a good thing we like to see. That's the good news. The bad news is that the ride cost per rider also continues to rise as we continue to see escalating costs affect the transit department. So information on water and sewer and wastewater within water resources. As part of the ongoing stormwater utility feasibility study, the consultant team developed a GIS-based impervious surface layer for the entire city that will be used to estimate potential revenues from the stormwater fees. And we had engineering division staff as well as the city's GIS analyst, Colton Yost, contribute to developing this layer, which will be a really critical part of the implementation of that. So we're glad to see that continue. Councilmember Pacino mentioned this. We had a group representing Public Works, Planning, Fire, and Legal, as well as the Regional Building Department and Routt County Planning and Legal Departments. We started to meet to lead kind of the implementation of this new state wildfire resiliency code. This is kind of a big deal, quite honestly, and it's going to have a pretty significant impact on the building department and their reviews. This will be also part of our landscape code that you'll be seeing soon. We needed to, that got delayed primarily because we needed to integrate a lot of the standards that were in this code into our landscaping code. So we appreciate all the effort that's going into that. I think we're still trying to evaluate the exact timeline, but I think the state said that all cities need to have that code adopted by April with implementation in July. And enforcement in July. So it's a big deal. It's going to add costs and will result in some design changes a fair amount throughout the city. So we will keep you apprised of that. A lot of good information on the planning and the development permit numbers, as well as code compliance. And also just wanted to note that notices were mailed and emailed on September 23rd to 24 prior permitted vacation home rental properties to inform the owners of the 60-day amnesty period ending on November 24th. And so far, I think roughly, at least when this was written, 10 of those owners have submitted STR license applications. So staff continues to try to notify them and let them know that they've got this period of time to get their applications in. In historic preservation, the draft of the Historic Preservation Plan and Design Guidelines were updated to the Historic Preservation Commission and come to you tonight. We're glad to see that finally coming to you for their possible adoption. And in long-range planning, staff, just as an update, drafted a scope of work for the Mountain Rail Station study. We submitted that to DOLA, and we're waiting for some comments from DOLA and CDOT. And once that scope has been finalized, a RFP will be released for consulting services to complete that study. So that project continues. In Parks and Rec Administration, the Parks and Rec Commission met on October 8th for an informative annual update covering several topics, including operations and programming of the Howelson Ice Arena, an update from the Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club on the youth sports complex, and the third session of discussions regarding the use of glyphosate in public spaces. So following a thorough review and public discussion, the commission voted to recommend that City Council maintain the city's current herbicide management practices while implementing a structured process of improvements for the 2026 herbicide application season. So giving you that update, that was their recommendation. Lots of information on all of the development activities within Parks and Rec. In the Howelson Ski and Rodeo Complex, on the evening of October 14th, the Howelson Hill and Steamboat Winter Sports Club hosted their third annual joint employee barbecue. This event continues to serve as a great opportunity for team building and strengthening the relationship between the two entities. And we're glad to see that happen and getting ready for the winter season. Howelson Ice Arena. The Ice Arena is ramping up. The youth hockey season is in full swing with weekly practices underway and several local tournaments on the horizon. The winter hockey season, the winter adult hockey season, begins the week of October 27th and runs through February 12th. This is their busiest session by far, with the highest participation levels, with more than 300 players taking part. So they are ramping up for a busy winter season. In Haymaker, Haymaker is, the mountain prays for snow and Haymaker prays for sun. So Haymaker plans to remain open through the fall until snowfall forces closure. The Haymaker Nordic Center will return for the winter season, with operations expected to begin around Christmas week. Destination Hospitality is finalizing plans for winter food and beverage service, which currently will include offering light lunch options on weekends and a family-friendly fondue dinner and photo experience Wednesday through Sunday throughout the winter. Youth programs. The second session of the after-school action will begin on October 21st, today, with a full staff increasing maximum enrollment to 68 per youth per day, up from 45 in the first session. So the daily after-school action program will continue to be held at the Soda Creek Elementary Monday through Friday. So that's also a very popular program, and glad to see that continuing. Lots of information on the adult sports program. And in Parks, Open Space and Trails, the Open Space and Trails staff collaborated with Routt County Riders and the Police Department to host the Walk, Bike, and Roll to School event on October 8th. During the event, staff and volunteers engaged with students to promote and reward safe biking and commuting habits. So glad to see that. We hear a lot of comments about kiddos, riding their bikes through town, not following the rules. So this is our effort to kind of do our outreach and education and make sure everyone's safe on the roads. On October 1st, a river closure was implemented at the confluence of Fish Creek and Yampa to protect native whitefish during their migration and spawning period. This happens every year. The closure area extends along the Yampa from 200 feet downstream to about 100 feet upstream of Fish Creek, as well as the Fish Creek to the Rolling Stone Drive Bridge. And this closure will remain in effect through November 15th, 2025. So just want to make the public aware of that. And then just finally, additionally, the annual Colorado Open Space Alliance conference was held in Steamboat Springs from October 6th to the 8th, bringing together open space professionals from across the state and share knowledge, discuss best practices, and strengthening partnerships. And so it was great to bring folks from around the state to kind of showcase what we have here. And we had several staff members participate in that as well. So that is the end of my report, and I am happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Tom. And since we've got new faces in the audience, I will take the opportunity to say the city manager provides a report the first and the third Tuesdays of every month, and it's a great way to follow on in terms of what's happening at the city, specifically as it relates to city operations. Most of this doesn't hit the headlines or the paper. So again, you can just follow up and read and understand kind of all of the things that go on to make this city operate. So we absolutely appreciate Tom and the staff for all that they do to make sure that our streets are plowed and we're taken care of well as citizens of the city. So with that, are there questions for Tom in terms of specifically on the city manager report?
With regard to the glyphosate, what does it mean to implement a structured process of improvement?
I will have Angela Cosby come down and answer that question. Angela is our Parks and Rec director.
Good evening, City Council. Angela Cosby, your Parks and Recreation Director. Good question. Parks and Rec Commission's glyphosate decision will be coming to City Council. So that is a recommendation that will be coming to you this winter. We're working on dates. I heard the update and pulled up the PowerPoint from Parks and Rec Commission, so I could try to answer this as best as possible. Their official recommendation was recommend to City Council that the Parks and Recreation Department maintain its current herbicide practices, include the outlined process improvements for the 2026 spray application season. 1, a city resolution. 2, Route County collaboration. 3, a pilot program, which they've recommended along Yampa Street. And 4, a citywide weed management plan, which we're coordinating with the Planning Department and Public Works Department. So we'll be bringing all of that to you sometime this winter.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Angela.
That was my question, so thank you. I just want to say thank you for the update, and John, and for Josh's hard work around the airport. I know I've been a thorn in your side. So I really appreciate all the work, and I really appreciate the attachment with all the specifics, attachment number 2. I'm not sure if we've had this much detail before. It's really helpful. I understand this balance of not wanting to get into the weeds of the work of staff, but just because I've had so many questions about the airport and the subsidy, this is really helpful, so thank you.
What other questions?
We want to talk about the,
Yep, I had one question before though. So in terms of the conversation, and maybe Angela, we should have, well, Tom, the question is in terms of the conversation that with the Winter Sports Club and the update that they provided to the Parks and Rec Commission. I mean, I guess I'm just curious where we stand in terms of the community engagement process of the new strength and conditioning facility potential.
Yeah, Angela can answer that as well.
Thank you.
She's getting her exercise.
Sit closer.
My back. Good evening again. Good question. That was brought to Parks and Rec Commission just as a preliminary topic, so that way they'd be ready for it when it comes back after the survey data is received. Our Intergovernmental Services Department, I'm trying to think of the exact division's name, is working with Winter Sports Club and Parks and Rec Department staff with our contractors, Polco, to put together that survey that will go out to the community. Then all of that will come back to Parks and Rec Commission for their recommendation before coming to you. So we proactively asked the Winter Sports Club to come present the general concept, the need to Parks and Rec Commission. So that way, when the topic came back in a couple months, they would be more apt for a constructive conversation.
Okay, great. So it sounds like, as you say, that you're working on the community engagement survey and that will come back to the Parks and Rec Commission.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there questions on the city manager report? Okay, then Tom, do you want to kick off our conversation regarding the Stagecoach Mountain Ranch as a follow-up to our last
Sure.
council meeting?
So as most of you know, and for the benefit of the community, the Routt County Planning Department did refer the application to the city for comments. And I presented that to City Council last week, and there was a brief discussion. It's important to know that the Stagecoach Mountain Ranch is outside of any sort of jurisdictional authority that the city has with respect to land use approvals and reviews, but the referral to the city was a courtesy on behalf of the county. So we appreciate that opportunity. I think they recognize that it's a big enough project that it will have impacts on the city of Steamboat Springs. And so the letter, we did draft a letter for your review and based on your comments last week that try to highlight what at least our perspective is from the sort of cumulative impacts of this project will be on the city of Steamboat Springs. We tried to not include impacts that were, that might affect South Valley or that were isolated within that area. We really tried to focus on those impacts that were, we felt would be felt here in the city of Steamboat Springs and requested how those impacts would be mitigated. So a copy of that is in your packet. Councilor Dixon had some additional comments and redlined it, so we included that in the rainbow for you as well. And we're really looking for feedback on the content of that letter. And we will incorporate any comments that we hear tonight and then get that to the county. Originally, the deadline was tomorrow. We did call them and they were, the planning department, Routt County Planning Department said by the end of the week would be fine. So we have a couple extra days if we need to massage that letter. But so we're happy to hear your comments and we'll get those incorporated. So thank you.
Okay, and did everybody see I think Councilor Dixon's amendments came in Rainbow Agenda 3A. General comments, or do we want Councilor Dixon to walk us through what you've added? We'll put you on the spot.
Oh, absolutely. Well, I would just, I would just like to open with just a few comments, if I could quickly.
Say that again.
I would just like to start with a few comments, if I could, before we jump into the actual letter that we would like to submit to the county. I really want to set the stage why I feel so strongly. And after seeing Discovery Land Company's email to City Council on Friday, why I feel even more strongly that the city must provide not only a formal, but a very thorough letter and comments to Routt County on the Stagecoach Mountain Ranch proposal. I don't want to do a tit for tat about this email that came in. I really want to highlight that Discovery Land Company's response was eye-opening. It reflected exactly what I've been reading and hearing about who they are and how they operate. And frankly, and I had printed it out and I highlighted everything. This is what gaslighting looks like. And I hate to say it that way. This is what it looks like. Rather than listening and responding directly to our concerns raised by council, they inundated us with marketing material about how great their project will be while redirecting or disregarding the issues we raised. And in several cases, they actually misrepresented our discussion altogether. They stated we talked about things that we actually did not talk about. And that we had concerns or we had substantial dialogue around it. We did not. And the gaslighting comes in because I actually had to go back and rewatch our meeting to make sure I was remembering correctly. And kind of how dare them to do that. We were right. So I have to put that out there that now I'm going in with eyes wide open, and our response, we need to think really strategically and thoroughly about how this project will impact the city of Steamboat Springs and the greater Yampa Valley in the long term. And so I really ask all of council to really have a thorough discussion tonight, and that we're asking all the right questions for this. So thank you, President Gary. I'll hand it back to you.
All right. Thank you, Counselor Dixon. Yep, Counselor Swintek?
There are consequences to this, both positive and negative, but I just would be curious, what is the goal? It's out of our jurisdiction. And the way I see it, they're going to develop it how they want to develop it as long as it aligns with the code. And candidly, if the county didn't want something like this in the valley, then our county commissioners should have implemented policy that either disincentivized this or made it not possible, and they didn't do it. So I guess personally, like, I get the frustration, I understand the concerns, but I also, frankly, I feel like we're wasting our time shouting from the dais here because it makes no difference. We're not going to make any impact. We don't have any oversight over this. So I just would ask, what is the goal and how can we use our time constructively here rather than just railing against something that is not going to change?
Well, I'm very much, we have to speak up. And if we see something that we feel like is going to impact our community, I will not sit up here and not talk about it. And I think we probably have folks today that are going to come up and talk about this project. We've had emails from folks. And I think the draft that we have tonight does talk about specific impacts to our city. And so I agree, like the code, United Code is the county, but what can we do as a city to talk about it? We have to. So I agree. And I think hopefully the letter really hones in on how it impacts the city.
Other comments?
Well, there will be, I am sure, plenty of opportunities for members of city council to comment on this process as it goes on. What I would like to stay focused on, and I think you have, Amy, is this very specific thing, which is this letter of support for the commissioners. Let's keep it at that, and let's make that contain what the county is looking for.
Yeah. And I think the only thing I would say, Counselor Swintek, is, tonight, right, we're going to be looking at our community, the community canvas, right, and our future community plan. And what's interesting, and I think to me, what is certainly interesting about this is that it's values-based. And so when we start looking at that, and when we start looking at the proposed Stagecoach Mountain Ranch through the lens of our community plan and through the lens of the things that we value, there's a conflict. So
it's not ours to have an opinion on. We don't have jurisdiction over it.
Well, it will impact, and I think
to take it to a far extreme, the way the federal government works in DC doesn't align with our community plan, but I'm not going to rail about it from here because it makes no difference. I mean, similarly, we can share how we feel about it, and I know it's close and affects us, but can we be a little realistic that, like, we have no say over this?
But we have been asked to provide.
If we want to provide.
If we want to provide. So we've been offered the opportunity to provide feedback. And I disagree respectfully that we won't have an impact because the commissioners haven't voted on it yet. And so for an example, right, like, I don't know if you all saw the Routt County or Keep Routt Wild letter that, the county UDC allows for enforcing compensatory mitigation, yet there's no method specifically called out. So we can encourage the commissioners to be very specific about, okay, if you're going to approve this, have specific conditions of approval. We can encourage that, and I believe we can have a difference. We can make a difference. So while we don't have the authority to approve or deny the project, I believe that with Counselor Dixon's amazing time and effort spent. And I'd be curious to know, Tom, as I look over this letter, is this primarily from Counselor Dixon? Was there staff input on this, on, actual, like, how the departments feel like they will be impacted as well?
Yeah, we did not do a full review of the application by any means, nor would we expect the staff to do that because they don't review it. They don't have any ability to review it against our standards, and they're not going to review it against the county standards. So what we did is we evaluated what we thought the impacts would be to the city of Steamboat Springs, sort of cumulatively, and that dealt with transportation, housing, some natural resources, primarily the river, those types of things that would directly impact the city of Steamboat Springs. So that letter that you have is a combination of staff's input as well as Councilor Dixon's input.
And I think, again, do you see the letter online? That's the 3A. There should be a red line version.
My agenda to go won't load that one, unfortunately for me. But I'm just curious, I see the one that's, I see a 3A, but I don't see the red line version.
Julie's who else needs one?
I guess what I'm curious is how long do we have to submit this letter, and can we make requests of specific conditions of approval? Not that we have that authority by any means, but just to provide specific recommendations from City Council on conditions of approval.
Yeah, I mean, can you? The answer is yes. I think that from a sort of an impact standpoint, my recommendation would be to stick to those recommendations that you feel would have a direct impact on the city of Steamboat Springs. Now, for example, I'll give you an example, and you may hear comments tonight. I don't see Larry here, but Larry Desjardins from Keep Out Wild submitted some comments about wildlife. Yes, from a value standpoint, the residents of Steamboat Springs value wildlife, but the wildlife corridors over there are not really going to affect the city of Steamboat Springs, and there's going to be lots of comment from other divisions and departments related to wildlife. So I don't know how much you would want to include a comment about something like that. Plus, I think if you make a lot of comments about, all of the potential impacts to not only Steamboat Springs, but the Yampa Valley itself, you may be diluting your impact from sort of such a large breadth of comments. So my recommendation would be to really try to focus on those things that affect the city itself. And then finally, your question about how long do we have? We have till the end of this week to submit a letter to the county. And we wanted to respect the county's process for providing public comment. Deadline was for tomorrow. We asked for an extension and they said the end of the week would be fine.
Well, if we have a little bit extra time, the way that I read this letter is kind of like questions to the applicant as well as to the commissioners. And I would like to see some strong recommendations as well on specifics, like, county commissioners, please require them to provide enough housing for their 475 FTEs instead of the 42 units that they're providing. Like, specific recommendations, I think, will go a little bit farther than all these great points, but the county's getting great points from everyone right now,
Yeah, and I think that we need to be careful because they have a land use code with standards and they have to review it based on those standards. So in some cases, you may be asking for a recommendation that they're just not legally authorized to require of the applicant. They have a requirement for affordable housing or workforce housing as part of new developments in the county. The applicant has submitted an application that they feel is in compliance with that. So to ask them to do more than that would be similar to them asking us to do something that would be outside the scope of our community development code and we just wouldn't be legally authorized to do. So, I mean, Dan may be able to weigh in on that, but that's why I'm saying my recommendation would be to, unless we truly know what the Routt County Code is, I would be careful to make recommendations that go beyond not only our scope, but their scope as well.
I understand that, and I just wonder, would it be appropriate to have Rebecca review part of the application? I don't know, but just otherwise, we're kind of saying what Brian's saying, that there's no point in even making comments because we're not going to have any impact knowing that they've submitted an application that meets the code, end of story. But there is more to the story, I believe, if we can provide specific direction that aligns with their code,
Right.
Can I just, Discovery Land Company is a global company. And so they have their T's crossed and their I's dotted on all the codes, like Counselor Swintek said. If you see the email, I think I sent it, I forwarded it to you all sometime today, that even if we did go in and say, based on the preliminary plan, what we learned from the email I forwarded you all when I questioned them on the 90 employee housing, which showed up in their preliminary plan on page 28 and 39, I believe. Turns out they are changing that when they update the application. And so my point, so I don't think we can, at this point, I think it's still a moving target, that they are updating it as well. And they will have every single code listed. And so that's why I think, kind of what Dan is saying, I think we have our bullet points. I think if we go through them and if we agree, we're asking questions, and if it comes back and it's not sufficient, I think then we can dig in further.
Or are we just wasting resources and time? I mean,
If we want to take a vote on who wants to do this, I feel so strongly, I think our community wants us to do this.
I think they do too, but do we have the opportunity to dig in deeper after we submit this initial request?
or is there any point to dig in deeper? Like, I understand the community wants us to weigh in, but the community also thinks that we have the ability to say, you must build enough housing to house your employees. But we, knowing the details, know that's just not the way it is. Like, this may be one of the painful parts of sitting in this seat, is just realizing we lost this game.
But we didn't. Emergency service. If we look at the letter, how is this going to impact Bob Adams Airport? Their gaslighting response is not. There was a private jet that flew in this morning. There was a private jet that flew in Sunday morning. That's the stuff we need to be asking. Councilor Montina and I sit on the Yampa Valley Airport Commission. What was actually interesting, what I found a value of their response was everyone's going to fly their private jets or commercial Yampa Valley. Hayden, okay, have we talked about this at the Yampa Valley Airport Commission? I don't know, I just got on that. This has not come up once since I've been on.
Not specific.
We should be having that conversation. What is that impact? That's in here. So we don't have to solve that now, but that's the stuff we should be putting out there.
I would just, to all this, whether this is a waste of time or not, I always look at this and say that change never happens in silence. And silence basically means approval. And if we're quiet, we approve. It's as simple as that. So why, and I'm going to throw this idea out there, because I think our friends at the county commissioners, why wouldn't some of us sit down with some of them and walk through all these things to see what maybe there is flexibility in terms of codes, county codes, et cetera, and just let that little group work through this process?
Well,
It's a quasi judicial.
talk about it. The county
Well,
staff,
you could do it in.
city staff? Is that possible?
Staffs to staff.
Well, or staff to city council,
Well,
a presentation. I mean, maybe, right?
Something. I mean, a letter to them. This needs to be discussed if you want to have any chance of making any kind of change. I
But
think.
it's all within the jurisdiction of the county.
Understood.
Go back to where we started, not in any way within the jurisdiction of the city. The only thing that we've been asked for by the county was to send them this letter indicating what our concerns are. It's not our job to say what the county should do, what the county is or isn't capable of doing. it's material for the county. They've asked for it. We submit it to them. They decide what they can do with it. But it with any luck, will inform the choices that they make. It's unfortunately very narrow. There isn't a single human being, well, maybe one, in this room that really thinks this is a great idea, that this development go in. But not a single one of us has the power to effectively stop it. That's
I just think we have a
life.
partnership with the county, and we should leverage that partnership in any way we can to have a meaningful dialogue. I know it's their decisions. That's not my issue. They need to be totally informed about the city's concerned. And if you think a letter is the way you inform people of all your concerns, I think it's a starting point for a discussion.
Well, and we'll just ask point of clarification to Tom or to Dan, right? My understanding is that they've filed an application. So at this stage, and it's quasi judicial or not.
I would assume so. Dan can answer that.
Yeah, I haven't seen the application, but I cannot imagine how it wouldn't be quasi judicial.
May I make a suggestion that on December 9th, and we're going to have some joint meetings with the commissioners coming up. It may be too late. I don't know what the deadlines are, but it doesn't seem like this has been dragging on for a long time. And the application, it's finally complete and they've accepted it. So if we have some conversations, we do have some meetings with the county commissioners that we can start to weed through. I don't think we're going to get through them tonight. And some of these issues, you make very good points. We have little control on it. I would like to sit at a meeting with this county commissioners that we already have scheduled and give us 20 minutes or a half hour to talk about this specifically. Is that enough?
If we can, right?
It's something they can't discuss now. So that's why I'm wondering if
But
there's a way for staff, for us to
Well,
talk
hold
to
on,
staff.
hold on. Now, we can discuss it, all right? Quasi-judicial, when we're talking about specifics to a land use, that's one thing. We're talking about application and we're talking about the impact. Has nothing to do with Steamboat. So if we're talking about the impacts of Steamboat Springs, that would be an area that we can have a conversation that I think is outside the land use discussion.
Well, it's just,
We can
just so we're clear, there is no land use application with the city of Steamboat Springs. You can talk to whomever you want. To the extent that there are restrictions, it would be restrictions on the county commissioner's ability to communicate with people. And, I ultimately think that is up to them to decide in consultation with the county attorney.
I've heard that they're not talking to anyone about this application right now.
Well, why don't since we don't know the answer to that, we can absolutely ask that. We can absolutely ask Jay. So let's go back to this letter, because I know we also have some people out here that would like to make a public comment. So I don't know if everybody's had an opportunity. Apparently it isn't online because it did come in very late. So, again, just this is moving all really fast. So, as I say, I think we've all got the red line in front of us.
What's the point?
Well, I think, so to your question,
This letter now and
well, the point would be, we need to give direction to Tom in order to whether or not we want to file this letter by Friday. And if we don't, and if in fact we want to add anything, that we will add anything. And I think we've got a majority of council, but I'm happy to take a thumbs up that we want to move forward with this. So the goal would be,
a thumbs up.
well, we can do a thumbs up if we need to, but I think we've got a majority of council that wants to send the letter. Do I have,
Nothing wrong with sending a letter.
just let's do it, thumbs up, so we can continue the conversation. Okay. So the goal here would be, and maybe Councilor Dixon, just for ease of time, why don't you
Yeah.
walk us through what you've added?
What we discussed last week. And I think they probably incorporate some of other council members' comments. As Tom mentioned, city staff weighed in. And so all I did when I redlined it was just change some language, strengthen some of the requests. So the first one's transportation. That while the roads are not in the boundaries of the city of Steamboat Springs, except for when people are coming through town on Highway 40. That is. We all raised concerns about 131, the concerns around the intersection about US 40 and 131. And I think it's a valid concern based on Councilor West's comments that many folks are still commuting and coming in for school. So that's what the first bullet point is. I would just ask if you have any stronger language or any other areas we want to dig into to add it. And I'm just going to go through, and then I think we can probably do it online and submit. Yeah. The second one, we talked about housing affordability and workforce housing. This is no secret that when Discovery comes in and builds these developments, it pushes residents and locals out because housing becomes very difficult to afford, increasing the market rates. So we talked about the limited supply of affordable housing already. And the sheer size of the development and large number of employees is going to create an additional burden for the city of Steamboat Springs. The second one, workforce shortages. I think Muntean, you actually, yeah.
I have we have a lot of affordable, money for affordable housing. Is there any way we could put language in here about, would you be willing to partner? If you're developing this, can you take money and build more housing? That to me is like partnership. That's solving this problem rather than pointing a finger.
So you want to give them money to build affordable housing?
There's no point to us standing up here and stomping our feet. Here, I'll say it this way. Putting that language or sharing that would get more affordable housing built than these words on this page. I can promise you that.
Good point. There's a reality to what he's saying.
Mm-hmm.
But keep going.
I'm going to keep
Finish
going.
the bullet point.
The workforce shortages, Councilor Muntean, actually, we talked about this, the scale and scope of this project at over 475 full-time equivalent employees is required to operate this development. That's going to place a massive strain on workers here in Steamboat. So the question is, how will the applicant address these workforce shortages? We talked a lot about water supply and water quality, really honing in on Stagecoach Reservoir and then downstream effects with the Yampa, and really asking about what's the responsibility of the developer to report to the city and county and any contamination issues, and what's the city and county's recourse for any water contamination. The next one is Bob Adams Airport. That's Bob Adams Airport is city-owned and is already equipped to handle private jets. And as I already stated, they're already flying in and out. And that this is where, Brian, I think maybe gets to your point. The city needs to carefully evaluate the potential increase in traffic and the impact to our city with increased aircraft flying over our city. And
I was going to say, and I think we are already seeing that. I know I was speaking with someone today, right? I mean, in terms of anybody that's downtown or when you're up on Emerald Mountain hiking early in the morning, Friday morning, the jets are flying in, Monday morning, they're flying out. And it's, and again, I go back to the community area plan. I mean, that's absolutely impacting our quality of life. So I think that would be, and, and potential strain on Bob Adams. And so I think that's absolutely an area where we can weigh in.
So why don't we add that as a point to discuss in December about what policy is available to council to implement to reduce that effect? That would be more
will, but they're
constructive.
asking for this response by Friday. So they're asking us to submit something by Friday.
Can it be both?
Once again, these words I don't think will make any difference, but us saying, okay, we see this as a potential future problem. Let's make policy that will reduce the likelihood of more jets flying overhead is more constructive. Like I feel like
That's absolutely something.
repeating myself.
That's something.
Why are we standing up here stomping our feet when I'm saying we can do something and I'm getting pushback?
So we can do that.
Okay.
So we can do that and do this.
I'm not saying it's mutually exclusive.
Right.
I don't think we are either. The next bullet point is the Yampa Valley Airport Commission, where Councilor Montine and I sit on. And hearing from Councilor Buccino and Montine, it doesn't sound like this has been talked about at all. And so that needs to be a conversation with the Yampa Valley Airport Commission about increased crafts at the Hayden Regional Airport and what strategies have been reviewed or adopted to prevent conflicts or disruptions to airport operations. And lastly is the emergency services. While Discovery Land Company is saying they're going to donate 1.5 million to the Oak Creek Fire District, based on the information we received, that's a one-time contribution that falls short of what is needed. We all just went through our budget process. We know the cost of operating a fire district and just even the equipment. That does not go far. And so the question still remains, what strain will this put on Steamboat Springs Fire and Police? And I even put more examples in here. What is the plan for emergency medical response on the proposed ski mountain? If there are concurrent issues or accidents for EMS, who's managing that? Who's going out there? What does that look like? Those are the questions that we need answers to. So that summarizes what we talked about last week.
Can I add one other under the airport? Hayden Airport, because it's my belief that there'll be a lot more helicopters flying from Hayden Airport out to Storm Mountain Ranch. I do not know what the flight path of those would be. But I think we need to understand that, because I think they'll put in a helipad out in Storm Mountain Ranch. Stagecoach, sorry.
For the emergency services, wouldn't they be paying into the 7 mills? So their property tax would increase and that would cover the cost of the fire district?
So those are the questions I don't know. And I would say, how then is that allowing us to potentially staff up if we're going to have fire and police taking calls out there and we have calls coming in Steamboat? Those are the things we have to get answers to. That's the part of the purpose of this letter as well. And then once we get those answers, we can really evaluate how does that impact Steamboat? It may not, I don't know, but that's the stuff that's on my mind.
Another thing that I think was great that you mentioned, that was mentioned in the first paragraph, is the culture. And all these other items are tangible. We can quantify them, but how do you measure the impact to our culture over time? As this, $1 billion wilderness takes over, and we've seen the impacts of this and I know comments have been made from the impacts on culture and other communities that they've been in, but what does that do to Steamboat Springs? And we have seen impacts to our culture as more wealth has moved in, and the impacts to staff as higher and higher expectations continue to grow. Can we add something about that? Just the strain on our community. And it's not just city staff, but, people at restaurants are getting yelled at more frequently, I think, or, we've been receiving a lot of complaints about things that maybe people haven't been complaining about in the past. I don't know.
I don't
Okay.
think that's worth discussing.
Why don't we go ahead?
What does that have to do with this plan that's getting submitted? I guess maybe I've been thinking, what is so frustrating about this? I am frustrated because I feel like this is misdirected anger at things that we have the ability, we see in our own community and in our jurisdiction, that we have the ability to set policy for, and we have failed at doing that and have not done as good a job as we can. And I feel like we're misdirecting our anger at something. And I'm not saying that this, I think, is the best thing for the valley, but I'm just saying we're writing words on a paper and being angry when we could be implementing policy that handles these things. I mean, we've failed to allocate our affordable housing fund. We feel the need to have our hand in that pot and allocate every dollar ourselves when it could be allocated more effectively. I just can we focus on more constructive things than writing a letter is where my frustration comes in.
Okay, that's fine. I'm not going to talk about this anymore. I just want to say I am not coming at this from anger. I'm coming at this from a place of, I have heard community members with concerns about this. I have done my own research, as you know. I have serious concerns that this will impact Steamboat Springs. I have my own views and values on how I feel about it out in Stagecoach. And I am trying to separate that with the bullet points on how it's going to impact Steamboat, and it will. And if we just sit by and say our hands are tied, we have failed our community, failed them. And I will not do that. So if you don't want to do this, that's fine. I will never stay silent on things like this.
All right, with that, I think, why don't we go ahead and we'll take public comment. We're a little bit past 6 o'clock, so we will go ahead and open it up to public comment. And again, we'll take public comment on any issue that is not on tonight's agenda. Obviously, if anybody would like to make a comment on the Stagecoach Mountain Ranch, we'll take that comment in addition to comment on anything that's not on tonight's agenda. So you can come on down, you state your name, your address, and again, you've got 3 minutes.
The full address or just general vicinity?
General vicinity is fine.
Perfect. My name's Nick Bells, longtime resident. I live off of 14B out towards Stagecoach. I am a longtime resident. When people ask me where I'm from when I'm in other cities, other states, I say Steamboat Springs. I don't say unincorporated Routt County. I was born in the local hospital. I went to the elementary school, the middle school, the high school. I work within city limits. We live in an area where water flows downhill, where traffic in this case will flow uphill, where wildlife knows no man-made boundaries, where community isn't just the people adjacent to you on their properties, it's across the valley. Discovery Land Group is going to come in and they're going to try to argue public benefit, but let's call this what it is. They are a for-profit business. When it comes to making profit, there's 2 ways to go about it. You charge a very high price and you cut your costs. Community benefit in this case is going to be a cost. Charging a very high price is just going to further the socioeconomic divide our community already faces. When I hear you say that we don't have a voice in this issue, it makes me very scared and very sad because all of us here today, I feel, are here to put our voice out there. You guys are in a unique position where you've been given an opportunity to have a voice early in the conversation before any of us can stand up and have that voice. I urge you guys to get your voice out there and represent our community. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comment. Actually, and I will just ask you all maybe to hold any sort of applause. You can certainly raise your hand if you agree with what was said, so we can get a sense of everybody that agrees, but just to help us kind of flow through the evening. So if you all agree, okay, perfect. That gives us a sense. And so again, if anybody else would like to come down and make a public comment, please do. And again, we'll just ask that you come on down, state your name, and we do have some hands online. So again, we'll ask anybody whose hand is online to raise your hands as well if you'd like to make a public comment.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Button. My husband, my daughter, and I have been here since 2004. We do live in Stagecoach. This will be in my backyard. Okay, to address how does this affect Steamboat? Well, I'll tell you. The fire department and the police department, this directly affects. You guys, along with Oak Creek, you guys are back up to us. The Stagecoach fire station is not equipped for what we currently have. Former Chief Brady also said that just for 200 homes to be added in, he cannot handle it. He needs one brand new full-time fire station, and he needs his apparatus and engines are 10 years plus old. So the 1.5 million, one new fire engine is $500,000 to $1 million. A full-time fire station to be built, not including land, staff, operation, and maintenance costs, $2 million to $15 million. We are going to need Steamboat's help all the time. We have wildfires. 2021, we had the wildfire, the Muddy Slide wildfire. We are getting dropped when it comes time for renewal for our homeowners insurance. This is going to affect you. I own a small business. My husband owns a small business. We service Steamboat Springs. And as for affordability, we can't find employees. And most of us that live in Eagles Watch, my neighborhood, where this is going to be, we own small businesses that service your community that you're responsible for, your citizens. And we won't be here. We will be pushed out. And when we're pushed out, of Stagecoach and Oak Creek and some people in Steamboat. What's going to happen to your sales tax? We are your gross core base of sales tax. When Stagecoach and Oak Creek starts turning into second, third, fourth homeowners, you guys have lost a lot of sales tax because we're gone. We want to be able to afford to live there. Socioeconomics difference is humongous. And I can tell you from talking to residents in Steamboat, they want you to give an opinion on this, whether it can affect their decision or not on the board of county commissioners. They want this. I have talked to more people than anybody here in this room has talked to, not all over Routt County. And this is huge. And yeah, there are UDC codes that protect what's going on, how it's going to affect governments. But you guys have a say. We don't have that say. Speak for us. I'm speaking for people that live in Steamboat because I service them, and they are scared to death that I'm not going to be there anymore. A lot of them are elderly, and I help take care of them. Please speak up. It's important. You were given the opportunity, take it. Don't ever not take an opportunity that's given to you to speak up about your community. That's insane. And what'll happen is your residents will not be happy if you don't.
All right, thank you, Jen.
Thank you.
Okay, all right.
Madam President and City Council members, my name is Gilbert Connett. I live in the same neighborhood as she does, and I am totally for this. I have lived there for 31 years. I also have 3 properties in the city of Steamboat and a couple of businesses. And I am just so excited about this project to come in. It can do so much for our community, our schools, our children, our grandchildren, all the benefits that they're going to create for our community it's astounding. I cannot see how anybody could vote against this. This is absolutely stupid. You have got to vote for this because this is just the right thing to do. The Whitaker family has run that mountain for decades. They have paid taxes on it. They have improved that mountain. This is something that should go through. And twice it has failed. There have been a couple of outfits that have tried to come in and they couldn't get it done. Discovery Land Company is going to get this done. And it's going to be great. It's going to be great for Steamboat. It's going to be great for Routt County. It's going to be great for Eagles Watch. I live right across the street from it. I want this. I hope you all approve of it. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. All right, would anyone else like to make a public comment? If so, please come on down. Come on down, state your name.
Noah Zedek, 33-800 Catamount Drive. I'll provide maybe a different perspective here. I grew up in Steamboat. I was fortunate to be able to move back last year, which has been great. I'll just start by saying, like, when you get a traditional applicant, whether it's in front of the city or the county, and they want their development approved, I suspect they get up here, tell you about their project, want you to approve it. I think it's probably very rare for you to see an applicant propose a development for approval and then say, here's also millions of dollars worth of public benefit that I also want to provide to the local community on top of that. So you have a developer here who has proposed to invest probably tens of millions of dollars into grocery stores, gas stations, road infrastructure, affordable housing units. And then we're just going to sit here and nitpick how much they're giving, or they should be doing more. You know, they're doing something. They're doing actually quite a lot, which I think is great. And it's things that we need in our town for young people like me, especially. So there is, you know, maybe it wasn't echoed here tonight, but there is, I've heard a lot of strong support for this project. particularly among young people in our community. There's a large contingency of people, including myself, who have taken the time to really learn about it, who are excited about it, who think that it's a big opportunity and a big benefit in many ways to our community. And so I would say also growth and change is inevitable. It's been happening here for really decades. There's people building second homes in luxury neighborhoods here more and more with more money. I'm not saying, I don't think we should turn them away, but they recognize the same thing that we all do here, which is that this is a great place to live. But those homes they're building are not necessarily providing a lot of benefit to the community. This is a project that is going to provide a ton of tangible benefit to the community. And then I'll just say also, when it comes to affordable housing, like I said, I don't think it's productive to nitpick how much they're doing. They're providing affordable housing. The Cottonwoods, asked for STR money. I think it's amazing and awesome, and I commend you for approving that. These guys aren't asking for STR money. They're just paying out of pocket, and there's 92 affordable housing units for the benefit of all Routt County residents. The 42 units for their employees will house 130 people. It's a lot of really good stuff. It's a lot of great benefit to our community. I just urge you to consider the other side as well, because there are real benefits to this project. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Noah. Okay, again, if you'd like to come on down and make a public comment, let's come on down.
Hello, my name's Jerry Gassaw. We moved over here from the Aspen area, and we hate to see what's happening, what happened over there to happen here. One of the things that I'm really concerned about is the quality of the water. The reservoir right now is about as low as it's ever been. Steamboat, Hayden, Craig, your water comes from that reservoir. I don't know if Steamboat knows that. We're really concerned about the quality of the water. I have a good friend who tried to swim in that water this summer, and she had rashes all over her body. They prohibited swimming at the reservoir. Why? A lot of the people that are out there have vaults. You have to get your vault pumped, or else you have to have more than a large amount of acres to process this in a septic tank or as a lateral field. What I understand is that the water is bad now. And what's going to happen when even more people want that water? People in Craig don't know that their water comes from a reservoir, Stagecoach Reservoir. There's a large majority of people in Steamboat that doesn't know. They don't know that their water comes from that reservoir. I am worried about the water. DLC has bought, from what I understand, I can't prove it, but I think they have bought water rights from Oak Creek to Hayden. That's coal mine water. I visited with the miners in Oak Creek that work there, and they said they wouldn't touch it. They wouldn't go around it. They hate working in mines, but they said they would never do anything with the water coming from those mines. And DLC has bought the water rights from the water from Oak Creek to Hayden, almost all of it. They've also drilled wells on the top of the mountain where the ski mountain is. And if they drill below what our water level is, they will get the water and we won't have any. We have a 300-foot well. It went dry 3 years ago. I'm worried about Stagecoach water and the towns that it feeds, which is Stagecoach, Hayden, and Craig.
Thank you.
Sherry.
All right.
Hello, my name's Jane Sindel. I live in Phippsburg in South Route currently, and I've been a resident for 36 years. I have a lot of concerns about this project, and I think you should be concerned too. My main concern is water. Water is an issue in this part of the country, as you all know. It's going to affect you guys in Steamboat. You're not going to have, if in the future your kids are not going to have any water if this kind of thing goes through and you allow it. So, the experts are actually telling us that the Colorado River will reach critical low, not in the next decade, but in the next 2 years. The proposed billionaire playground at Stagecoach will do nothing to help the water crisis in the West, despite DLC's claims that they will reuse their water. For example, the ski area, they propose using treated wastewater for this, while snowmaking is storing water in theory. Not all of it returns to the watersheds, and it's not always put back to where it came from. Approximately 20% of it will be evaporated on the mountain. Something else to consider is the huge cost of cooling municipal wastewater to temperatures that allow for making snow. This has to be costly and energy-intensive process, and that also leads to evaporation. I believe the county will need some estimates on depletion through evaporation loss, as well as electricity energy demand before any decisions can be made. This is only one of my many concerns. I encourage you all to look at the big picture on this issue of water usage and water shortage. If climate changes are driving the need for recycled water for snowmaking, then perhaps we need to ask how we can possibly justify additional strain on the environment and watersheds. I realize there's been a plan for a viable ski area for many years at Stagecoach, but that was in the 80s, a long time ago. Might not it be wiser to change what we do with the land that may not receive enough snow for snow sports? Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your comment. Okay. All right. Is there anyone else that would like to make a public comment in the audience? If so, please come on down and state your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Rihanna Sullivan. I live in Eagles Watch in Stagecoach. I'm speaking as a neighbor and a parent, and I oppose SMR because I think it will drastically decrease the quality of life that we have in Stagecoach. I have 2 young kids, a 2-year-old and a 1-year-old, and I'm thinking about what their future looks like and what their childhood looks like. This plan asks full-time residents to accept a decade or more of construction and permanent changes based on vague promises. When residents and council members raised these concerns, the developer answered with phrases like financial contributions and roadway geometry improvements. Those words sound nice, but don't tell us how much will be contributed for most infrastructure upgrades, when the work will be completed, or how our safety will be protected. Additionally, there is no plan showing who will fund and sustain the infrastructure this development requires. We keep hearing promises of increased tax revenue, but there are minimal line item commitments for the real costs of road reconstruction and maintenance, expanded emergency medical services, expanded fire capacity, water treatment upgrades, or long-term public services. Those costs could easily become a tax burden and a service burden for our valley. Luxury demand also threatens to drive up housing prices, property taxes, and the overall cost of living, pushing out the very teachers, nurses, and families who keep our community functioning. We may get more funding for the schools, but no families will be able to live here. Our population in Routt County is already aging. We've seen that in past studies, and this is just going to make it worse. It's going to be very hard to raise a family in Routt County. In conclusion, this proposal does not reflect the best interests of the people who live here full-time. We moved to Stagecoach because it's a safe, quiet, and relatively affordable place to raise our children. If this development proceeds, it will threaten emergency access, affordability, and the character of this valley as a whole. It will harm our quality of life and the community's character. Please speak up as a city council against this development. It does make a difference to our community, reservoir, and the quality of life of our families. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comment. Okay. All right, why don't we go ahead and go online? I know we've got more people in the audience that want to make a comment, but let's switch over to online. Liz, would you like to, yeah, we'll come back. We'll come back. Liz, would you like to unmute, state your name, and you have 3 minutes?
Yes, I'm actually going to have to look at my screen to read, but my name is Liz Whitney and I live out in South Stagecoach. Get into my notes here. So I'm going to pound on water a little bit again. Thanks a lot for the opportunity. I know you guys seem hesitant on whether or not you want to hear from us. So mine is about water availability. It seems that people in the state and the entire Western US are in total denial and seem to think there's plenty of water for whatever humans decide to develop. This is disputed by the fact that we're in the midst of a 20-year mega drought that began in 2002 and represents the driest 20-year period in the past 1,200 years. In July of this year, the Drought Monitor declared Northwest Colorado to be experiencing severe drought. This is not improving the continued pressures of climate change and the recent confirmation of invasive mussel species in the Colorado River that have the capability to drastically alter ecosystems. Our Yampa River is one of the few relatively free-flowing major tributaries in Colorado River Basin. We're fortunate that local businesses, including the Steamboat Ski Area, had the forethought to partner with the Nature Conservancy to form the Yampa River Fund in 2020 to protect water, wildlife habitat, and the recreational opportunities in Northwest Colorado. Upper Yampa is contracted with Colorado Water Trust to release 51 acre-feet from Stagecoach Reservoir for the next 10 years to benefit the ecological health of the river and avoid low water flows. The fund Yampa River is managed by Friends of the Yampa to help keep the water flowing. As currently quoted, they say the only thing they can't do is make more water. Despite the fund and the contracted releases from Stagecoach, all summer there were multiple news articles describing water issues. Shortages led to the Yampa River being on call for senior water rights of the Colorado River Basin for the 4th time in history and earlier than prior calls that occurred in 18, 20, and 21. This means that the water rights for junior user rights will not be served. Closures to recreation due to high water temperature up to 75 degrees that can't sustain the oxygen levels needed to keep fish alive. And the closures have been occurring earlier every year in July, where they have been later in prior years. The current closure from tailwaters at Stagecoach Dam down to the boundary of the park is expected to last into spring of 2026. The local evidence before our eyes is driving by Stagecoach Reservoir as it's at the lowest level I've seen in the past 20 years in the valley. I've seen nowhere in the SMR application where they, if approved, they will commit to financial support for the vital Yampa River Fund. Peak snowmelt has been documented to be occurring from 1 to 4 weeks earlier over the past 30 years, with projections showing a snowpack decline of 5 to 20% by 2050. My question is, why should a luxury private compound for the ultra wealthy be able to purchase precious water to make snow and irrigate large homes and recreational facilities and commercial venues for very limited part-time use? To me, the Yampa definitely affects Steamboat. Think of the recreation that was shut down this year, whether it's tubing, fishing, whatever. So I'm glad the city's getting involved. Thanks for your time.
All right, thank you, Liz.
Thank you.
Okay, again, let's go ahead and I think Lisa, would you like to unmute, state your name, and you have 3 minutes?
Yep. Hi, my name's Lisa. I live out at Stagecoach in Meadow Green. And I just want to take this time to thank you guys for participating in this process. I know it's been expressed that it's kind of a waste of your time, and I don't believe it is. I think this development, the scope of it is too massive. I'm not against development out here. I knew someday it would happen. I've lived out here for 30 years. And it's things that have come and gone, promises have been made. But in the meantime, the roads have not been improved to be able to facilitate this huge development. And I haven't seen any plans to the effect that it is going to be addressed. I think it's dangerous for all bikers and drivers on 14 as well as 131. And I do want to just say that I do think your voice matters to the county. I don't think they would have given you the opportunity to comment on this development if it didn't matter. So I appreciate you taking the time. I'm not going to reiterate a lot of what other people have said, but I do have some serious concerns about the massive scope and the impact environmentally, light pollution, sound pollution. It's going to affect this community dearly, including Steamboat. And like you said, with the helipad, I think the quality of life out here is going to really decline, especially since the build out for this project is supposed to take over 20 years, which is incomprehensible to me to have building construction going on for the next 20 years at this scope. So thank you very much for taking your time and for thinking about this and putting in your insight. I think it matters to the county, or else they wouldn't put it by you. Thanks so much.
All right. Thanks,
you.
Christina. Oh, no, I'm sorry, Lisa. Christina, would you like to unmute, state your name, and you have 3 minutes?
Yes, thank you. I am a resident of the Morningside neighborhood in Stagecoach, and just want to keep it brief. I encourage you as a city council to, I've heard the argument that perhaps it's not in our jurisdiction, so it's hands off. I disagree. I think you have an amazing amount of influence. There is a huge artery between Steamboat Springs and Stagecoach, whether it's commuting, going into town for services, that will be impacted. I have also, I think, so I don't want to, I want to encourage you to write this letter. I also want to encourage you to focus on the culture. Just because they have the right, does that mean that it fits into the plan today? And I've been in a previous mountain resort town with large development where the people and the city have taken a position and had very effective influence. So I would encourage you to continue to influence. I'm not against the project per se, but there are a lot of things that need to be extracted from a mitigation standpoint. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Christina. Okay, Candace, would you like to unmute, state your name, and you have 3 minutes?
Thank you. I just wanted to, I'm going to keep it very brief. I just want to echo everything else that has been said, especially in terms of water. I think that's the biggest risk at this point. I'm surprised, and I'm hoping somehow I've missed it in the write-ups in the newspaper articles, that the various conservation and river-focused organizations have given you the studies that the woman just prior, a few comments earlier, shared. I'm actually surprised with what we know about river science, river health, the threats on the Colorado River, and the availability of water in our drought west, that this is even on the table. I'm actually really surprised that it's even gone this far. I'm not sure what's missing in environmental studies or water nonprofit organizations and funds and everything else around the river. I'm not sure how that's not been paramount and the forefront of this, to where this application has even gone as far as it's gone. I really do think that water is really the underlying portion of it. I've sent you all emails about the other issues. For everybody in the audience or online or who's listening that thinks that this is a potentially positive project, I really encourage everyone to read the book Billionaire Wilderness and look to other communities like Jackson Hole or Bozeman, Montana, or Aspen to see what these types of projects and this level of wealth does to a community. The helicopter pad, I live out in Steamboat 2 and near the airport, the amount of planes that are already coming in, on a regular basis is pretty impactful. You know, you can see them when you're in town and hear them coming over Emerald as well. That's looking to increase everything from air traffic to safety and traffic concerns on 131 for all of our commuters from South Route. You know, there's just this slew of issues, but if none of them mattered, if none of them, and there's many, the Drought West cannot support a project like this. And I really encourage council and the city to really put the pressure on the county commissioners and encourage the water studies, the environmental studies, the drought studies that I believe, if they're done correctly, would show that this development cannot, and our reservoir and our river and our communities growing at the rate they're already growing cannot support this. And I really appreciate all of the other river science that the other folks have shared, and encourage everyone to email the Route County Commissioners. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Candace. Okay. We've got somebody that is joining that basically just says iPhone. Would you like to go ahead and unmute, state your name, and you have 3 minutes?
Yep. Hi, this is trying to figure out how to turn my camera on, but I can't figure out how to do it. This is Chris Paoli. I'm at 55 Missouri Avenue, and I just wanted to comment on, I've known the Whittemire family for a long time. I'm a big proponent of private property rights. I do want to comment. I've heard a lot of talk about water, and I had a couple pieces of property I was looking at from an annexation standpoint, and I went to the Upper Yampa Conservancy, and I'm not exactly sure if the information they told me was correct or not, but I was told we have 13,000 acre feet of water available for lease and nobody leasing it, because they've been leasing up water since the 1960s. And I said, well, should we grab those water rights now and lease it up just so we don't lose it to someone downstream? And they said, no, it's ours for people in this valley, and we've been securing them. So I totally get the whole water shortage and drought thing and all the issues with the Colorado River, but this valley, for whatever reason, I'd do some homework on that. I was told they have mass quantities of water to lease us, and I think it's 1 acre foot of water per household per year is kind of the ratio. So that's 13,000 households. So either I got bad information from them, or I don't know, but I would definitely look into that. I do think there's a part of economics, and there's some infrastructure situations out in Stagecoach that need to be addressed. And I don't know who's going to write the check. And if you look at South Route and schools and property taxes and all those things, you start shutting down power plants and major property tax payers. Who's gonna backfill all of that? We talk about the road, and it's not going to be the little developers. There were there was a development that put in for an application, and they were hit with an $8 million upfront fee to do their project, and that guy can't afford it. You're not going to get any. Basically, what you're saying is we're not going to get any developers to do anything out there, so you're not going to get any fees from them. And the Discovery is actually almost a problem for the small guys, because Discovery's yeah, we'll write the check. Well, I would say, based on some of those infrastructure problems or situations, you need somebody to write the check. And, I think from an impact standpoint, Chris could go, or the Whittemires could go turn this into, probably 200 lots, and, basically deliver a whole lot of traffic from people that are going to be more full-time residents that'll actually be using the roads on a regular basis instead of 1 week a year. And, and you'll get no taxes out of that group. You'll just get, residential property taxes. So I think there's a lot more to this than, bigger picture for the long term of our valley. I mean, we're basically shutting down a lot of our major property tax payers. And I think it's important to have sources of revenue to pay for our infrastructure. That's all I got.
All right. Thank you, Chris. Okay. Michael, you had your hand raised, but it looks like we might have lost you. If you'd like to make a public comment, please go ahead and raise your hand again. All right, we have at least one more online, and then we'll come back to the audience and try to wrap up the public comment. Catherine, would you like to unmute and state your name? And you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Gail. My name is Catherine Carson. As I always say, I'm involved in various organizations, but I'm speaking on behalf tonight of myself, Steamboat Springs citizen, along with my cat and new doggy. So if I'm going to talk a different tactic, I'm going to talk process. The county is doing the correct thing. They're doing their due diligence by sending out referral letters to stakeholders to ask how this development proposal is going to impact those stakeholders. That is the county's role. They're doing great due diligence. They sent a referral letter to the city of Steamboat Springs with a simple question. Please advise how this draft plan is going to affect Steamboat Springs and the citizens of Steamboat Springs. So as part of that process, now it is a Steamboat Springs opportunity to reply back to the county after I'm hoping a very deep and thoughtful study by both council and most importantly by staff. We've got brilliant staff at City of Steamboat Springs, and I'm hoping every department did a thorough review of the draft plan and included in this letter, which I didn't have a chance to, I couldn't find online, and is advising how is this draft proposal going to impact Steamboat Springs. The process then, those comments will go into the development package that the county commissioners will then have. They will take information from all of their referral partners, and then the commissioners will then be able to decide how and if they can mitigate those impacts on their partners. So this is Steamboat Springs' opportunity. So I, as a citizen, I'm asking council, I'm very much asking city staff to please do a deep study on this, advise the county commissioners how this is going to impact Steamboat. And I have confidence that the commissioners will then take your good comments, tie it into their UDC code, and see what mitigation they can do. So thank you very much for representing the citizens of Steamboat Springs, myself, my dog, my cat on this, and making sure that the commissioners have the information they need so they can make the best decisions. Thank you.
Thanks, Catherine.
All right, thank you, Catherine. Okay, Michael, would you like to unmute, state your name, and you have 3 minutes?
Yes, thank you. My name is Michael Vandal. I live on 4th and Maple Street in Steamboat Springs. I grew up here. I agree with all the points. I oppose the Discovery Land Stagecoach Mountain Resort, and I just want to thank council for kind of taking this up. I've been one of those citizens trying to email the commissioners and try to find out information how we can oppose this. So I just think that City Council, Steamboat Springs, we're all part of this valley. And I think you're hearing tonight loud and clear that there's a lot of people that are worried about this, not just in Steamboat, but in the greater community of our valley. And I commend council for kind of taking this up. And yeah, that's all I got. Thank you.
Thanks, Michael.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Michael. So again, let's come back into the room. And again, if you'd like to make a public comment, please come on down, make your comment, and we'll just, again, encourage you all to.
Greetings and salutations. My name is Zoe Button. I'm a Stagecoach resident and proud idiot, according to somebody here. I am against this development because it could potentially push a lot of people I care about out of the community that they care about. The first thing I'd like to bring up is, I'm sure you got a chance to look at this 14-page behemoth of their response to the points you raised previously. The first part of my comment concerns the first point they raise in the traffic impact study they bring up, because a lot of it is actually rendered moot in light of an email exchange between CDOT and the Routt County Department of Planning Department, which is available in the planning application for SMR. They remark on the inaccuracies and insufficiencies of the traffic impact study referenced by DLC, including the fact that it did not take into account certain intersections. Well, it didn't take enough into account, rather. It did not take both the North and South County Road 14 intersections to Highway 131. It only monitored the southern intersection. It did not represent the southern intersection property. It described it as having a turning lane when it does not. It's based off of insufficient data. It was monitored for only 1 hour, which is not enough time or data to make reliable conclusions. CDOT also noted that all the housing, gas stations, restaurants, delivery vehicles, et cetera, will generate a lot of traffic and will ultimately affect the highway systems at the 2 locations where CR 14 connects to 131. And this assertion is backed up by the 1041 level of review report written by the county for SMR. It's on pages 5 and 6 of that report. It describes how SMR size and amenities will, and this is a direct quote, cause a large increase in the general Stagecoach area due to residents, employees, and support staff. There is only one way in and one way out of the Stagecoach area. The large increase in traffic is likely to have an impact on land use patterns by funneling this additional traffic through the only access point in the area. This is not only a behemoth of a development, but one that will take 10 to 15 years to complete if it's approved. Because Stagecoach, Oak Creek, and Steamboat are as interdependent as they are, SMR's development and operation having a heavy impact on traffic in areas outside of Stagecoach is not only in the realm of possibility, but the fact that it could do so for so long should be even more concerning. Please do write this letter.
All right, thank you, Zoe.
Thank you. Zoe.
Okay, again, if you're in the audience and would like to make a comment, please come on down. Yep, come on down.
Good evening, Diane Brower, 642 Evans Street. I would like to thank Amy Dixon and the other council members who are adamant about the importance of the city looking deeply, very deeply into this proposal because it is going to affect Steamboat Springs incredibly, as well as the rest of the county. I mean, there is no way it won't. I'd like to say that much of the Stagecoach Mountain Ranch response to council's concerns is purely conjecture based on, I'm not quite sure what, hopeful thinking, speculation, but not reality. Any quick search for impacts of DLC developments will describe disastrous impacts from water contamination to disregard for community integrity, despite their claims to the contrary. I really do hope that the city researches these developments carefully. I do not see how you could thoroughly look into this in the next 3 or 4 days. Because, as I say, the impacts will be large. The Billionaire's Wilderness book has been mentioned frequently. If you think that this is going to benefit Steamboat Springs in the long run or Routt County, I urge you to look at that book very carefully. It's like an academic research project, and it addresses the impacts to the social fabric that results from this kind of outlandishly expensive development being dropped down into normal people's worlds. I would also urge the city to look at, there are areas of the county's UDC in which the county has absolute discretion on making decisions. I think one of those areas is in affordable housing. Look into that because for sure you can have input on the council. I mean, on the county commissioners related to affordable housing. From when I first heard about this development, I've recognized the impacts it would have on affordable housing throughout the county and definitely on Steamboat Springs. Currently, large numbers of people commute from South Routt to jobs in Steamboat because housing is more affordable in South Routt. Stagecoach Mountain Ranch would change that, raising housing costs in South Routt and across the county. That could mean that working people in the South Routt, as Jen said, would be dislocated to West Routt and Norfolk County, leave the area entirely. I would like to stress that your climate action plan, the county climate action plan, and our Steamboat Springs community plan support the community, uplifting the community, supporting a community fabric. And this development would totally trash that. Look at Billionaire's Wilderness. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Diane. Okay, so again, if there's other comments, anyone else, please come on. Why don't you come on down? I think we're getting to the end. If you want to hand something out, you can give it to Julie real quick. Thank you.
I'm Marie Gassaw. I'm a Stagecoach resident. And I am thrilled that you are talking about this, because whether we want it to be or not, this is a countywide issue. It really is, and we need to hear from you, because this is impacting your workforce directly. My husband, who spoke earlier, is a learning disability specialist, and he spent his entire career working with kids in alternative education, kids that had issues. I'm an educator and a pastor, and I've done most of my career work in social justice issues. This, for me, is a moral and spiritual issue. We've spent our lives working with folks who are in challenging situations and helping them find their way through. So you have on that sheet, on the second sheet, a list of the research I've been doing. When I found out about this last summer at the first meeting, I started doing research, and I compiled, as you can see, this AI list of DLC or PLH, peace, love, and happiness compounds around the world. The ones in red are ones that I've researched a little bit more. And if you're going to start finding out what the impact is to the communities where these are built, go to the ones in red. And I specifically suggest Taymouth Castle in Scotland, Homewood at Lake Tahoe. I suggest Barbuda Ocean Club, especially look for the armed standoff that happened at the beginning of this year. I suggest Baker's Bay, Silo Ridge, anything that's in Hawaii, and especially the Yellowstone Club. This is going to impact your workforce. And if you aren't speaking for their lives, it's going to, who's going to speak for them? This is going to impact the folks who work in the tourism industry. It's their quality of life that makes this such a good place to come for a vacation. This is going to impact the people who snowplow, the people who work the restaurants. This is going to impact the people who clean up the poop, the sanitation workers. This is all going to impact those folks that get on those roads in the morning by the hundreds and drive into Stagecoach to serve, or to Steamboat, to serve your community. They are your people too. Where are we going to go if we're pushed out? Where? Speak up for them, please, because billionaires won't.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. Again, is there any, yeah, come on down, please. And again, if there's anybody else that would like to make a public comment, why don't you come on down to the front? So you can.
Thank you for listening to us today. My name is Michelle Baxter, and I have lived in Route County for 39 years, both in the city and in the county. I currently live in South Route, adjacent to the Stetson Ranch and the SMR and SMR property. I am strongly opposed to this development. This project would directly and negatively affect my quality of life. I live near the gravel pit, and the truck traffic between Steamboat and the pit is already out of control. The additional heavy truck traffic needed for this development will make it far worse. Much of it will travel right through Steamboat, further increasing congestion, noise, and air pollution. We already experience city-level traffic jams with only one route through town. This will make it significantly worse. This project will also drive up our property taxes, potentially forcing longtime residents like me out of our homes. The so-called employee housing proposed by DLC is grossly inadequate and will spill over into Steamboat, where housing is already scarce and unaffordable. There will be a decade or more of increased labor demand, whoops, lost my place, before any promised housing is available in South Route. Giving a multi-billion-dollar corporation public approval or incentives to build affordable housing when it has more money than a small nation is absurd. This development will displace local workers and families who already struggle to live here. Stagecoach is one of the last affordable areas in Routt County, especially for young and first-time homeowners. The young people I work with don't want this development. They already can't find housing, and this will make things worse. The wage disparity this project will create will be devastating for this valley and for this whole community. Environmental impacts are another major concern. The Yellowstone Club, also owned by DLC, dumped millions of gallons of sewage into the tributary of the Gallatin River. What will prevent similar environmental disasters here? How will this affect Stagecoach Reservoir, the Yampa River, and everything downstream, including this city? Any contamination will harm our fisheries and our tourism, the true economic lifeblood of this valley. Please remember, the impacts of this development will last for decades. The residents of this community are relying on your leadership and your voice to protect our homes, our environment, and our quality of life. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. All right, thank you, Michelle. Okay. All right, come on down.
Well, I didn't bring a prepared statement. My name's Pam Pierce. I live in Steamboat too, so I don't even live anywhere near where this development will be. But I will be affected by what might happen with the airport traffic, with jets flying over. My big concern is helicopters flying over. The concern of what might happen to the traffic on Highway 40 getting out of Steamboat too. So I just want to, but first of all, I did want to say thank you so much for allowing for the opportunity for all of these very, very well-spoken people to voice their concerns about this, huge unnecessary blight that, and I have a hard time not getting emotional, and the law doesn't allow for emotion, but we are allowed to speak up for a beautiful piece of our valley that once it's gone, once it's developed, if it gets halfway developed and then something happens to the environment or the water or the economy, then there's no turning back from the consequences of moving forward with this sort of a, as I said, fully unnecessary and obscenely large development. So I thank you very, very much. And I probably left something out that I was going to say, but I thank you all for being so well spoken and for taking the opportunity to make a comment to the city council or the county commissioners. I think it's just a great opportunity to show your strength and support for this. So thank you so very much.
All right, thank you for your comment. Okay, is there anyone else in the audience that would like to make a public comment? If so, please come on down. And again, I'll make one more call. If there's anybody online that would like to make a public comment, please raise your hand. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close and again, if there's any public comment on anything else that is not on tonight's agenda, we'll entertain that as well. So I'm not seeing any other comments, anyone looking to make any sort of public comment. So again, we'll close our public comment period for this evening. And, and again, we heard concerns, specific to the Steamboat or to the Stagecoach Mountain Ranch as it relates to, water. I think the quantity of water as well as the quality of the potential impact on the quality of water. We heard comment regarding the fire potential strain on the fire department, the police department, all of our EMS providers. Also comments about the potential impact on kind of just the socioeconomic impact. Impact on our businesses, certainly on our workforce. We heard pro comments and comments in terms of support for the development as it relates to the economic benefit and potential public benefit that would bring to the community. We also heard comments regarding culture, infrastructure, transportation. I think that was pointed out regarding the CDOT letter. I think that's probably something I think new to council in terms of the impact that they see that this development would have on our community. And again, quality of life, environmental impacts, and specifically kind of pointing out as we look at the billionaire wilderness and the work that was done by the Yale research on the impact that development had on the community, you know, specifically as it relates to the water quality issues, the Gallatin River, and the, you know, potential environmental impacts. So, and again, I guess, you know, we can have the record show that there were a dozen plus folks here that were, again, in opposition to the development. So with that, having heard all of that, I think let's bring it back to council to say, based on the comments that we've heard, is there additional language that we would like to see added to the letter?
Yes.
Okay. Would you like to?
Councilor Dixon, do you want to start with any comments or?
No, I'll let you start.
Okay.
And we'll just do a quick, we'll just do a quick list and we can get thumbs up from everybody in terms of let's add this, and then we can ask Tom and staff to update the draft.
Yes. Thank you everyone for making an appearance tonight, speaking on both sides. This is helpful information. It's clear that, you know, our community cares and we want to do what's best for our community. I just have a quick question, if that's okay, of Dan. I'm just curious if you know if there is a potential for some kind of citizens petition on this type of development, or if it's more of a normal application that not an annexation.
Right. So if you're talking about a referendum petition, the referendum right only applies to legislative acts. And as we've discussed earlier, there is certainly a quasi-judicial aspect to this, and that certainly cannot be the subject of a referendum petition. I don't know if there is any legislative action that is required, like a rezoning, for example, would have a legislative aspect to it and could potentially be treated differently. But I just don't know enough about what the application is and also what the rules are regarding referendum petitions in counties. That's not necessarily the same as it is here in a home rule city.
Is that something that we can ask the county commissioners? So that's one of my suggestions. I'd also like to, per the public comment, encourage more water studies and prove that this impact or this development won't negatively impact our water supply. I'd like to request to see a list of their UDC discretionary items as it pertains to affordable housing or any of the other impacts. I am not aware of what discretion they have, so clarity on that would be really helpful. Let's see. I think clarifying the traffic study, I think that was really helpful information, that might be an irrelevant traffic study based on the fact that it was only for 1 hour, and evidence might not be what we need to base an application of this size on. And then, you know, I just want to make one final comment that while I do see that there are benefits proposed in this development, often in, you know, what we saw in the billionaire wilderness studies was that this company provides some community support, or they promise to, as maybe a marketing tactic, but what they promise and what they provide are often different, and it doesn't necessarily mitigate all the impacts that come with the development. So I don't want to underscore or, diminish the benefits, but I don't think that they're going to outweigh the impacts.
Okay, are there, what I'd like to do is let's do the list and then we'll go down one by one. Is there any other additional comments that anybody would like to see made on additions to the letter? Okay. All right, so I think there were some comments made on water. I mean, I think to Councilor McGinley's point that we could probably be a little bit more specific in terms of the letter if the rest of council agrees. I mean, I think to the extent that we do know we are seeing increased water temperatures and just maybe pointing that out in the letter. I mean, I think we talk about the quality of water. We don't really specifically talk about water temperatures, which we know impact us from an economic development perspective, because to the extent that we have to close the river because of water temperatures, can't tube, can't fish, can't raft.
Not only that, but the city is also on the hook for managing water temperature and in order to get our permits. So for our wastewater treatment plant, and if the water temperature continues to go up, we will end up needing to purchase and build a water cooling tower, which is millions of dollars. So that is an upstream effect that they will have downstream.
And I appreciate that, but I really just don't understand how the current temperature of the water is something that's within our purview. I mean, this development has not even been built, and we're using current data to object to a project that has not even been started yet.
And I'm just going to reel us back in.
No, I get a few minutes. You asked for some comments.
Okay.
And I've been trying to keep my mouth shut, but I'm trying to stay focused like Brian on what are the impacts to City of Steamboat Springs. If you're going to state anything about the river, then you need to state the focus of like any environmental concerns that gets the fish dead in here from an impact of some fertilizer that got poured or something bad in that water. Yeah, that gets my attention. But when you're sitting there talking about water temperature from a project that has been built and we're using that as strategy to like go against this project, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. I can't agree to that when you're going in there. Now, if you want to write this and you want to add a paragraph about water quality and keep it to the water quality and the risk that we have environmentally and economically if this water through the City of Steamboat Springs is affected by something that upstream messed up, I'm completely concerned about that. But you're now talking, and you guys are talking about temperature. I'm sorry, there's no nexus there.
Well,
so let's stay nexus to the development and how it impacts the City of Steamboat Springs specifically.
I respectfully disagree with you a little bit, just a little, because I think that water supply and water quality is already covered in this letter. And to cover, Dakota, the point that you're making requires the insertion of temperature in one sentence here, and you've got it.
Right.
So I would say, absolutely, let's insert that one word in one sentence here. And we're on the record as our concern extends to that as well.
Let's stay focused on the impacts of City of Steamboat, please.
Yes. Water temperatures. Yes. So is everybody in agreement with let's add the word temperature?
I'm putting it in, which I'm
Perfect. Okay. All right. And again, the letter is, again, the focus is just ask the county commissioners to take these things into consideration, right?
Absolutely.
Right. It's not saying opposed. It's saying take these things into consideration.
This is a very value use. And just like our constituent said, we need to be the voice for everybody.
Perfect. And then the second thing that Councilor McGinley brought up, and I don't know whether this is a question for the county or whether this is a question, Tom, that you can track down in terms of the concept about the discretion regarding affordable housing, whether there's any sort of discretion from the commission on that. Is that?
I guess, can I rephrase that a little bit?
Sure.
That based on the public comment, it sounds like there's maybe multiple areas where the county might have full discretion, Whereas in our land use code, we don't really have that kind of discretion. So it's hard for me to wrap my head around, but maybe we can just encourage them to utilize full discretion to strengthen their conditions of approval if possible.
I'm sorry, that falls into the category of free advice.
Isn't that what we're
Which is not what we've done. I don't think that's what they're looking for here.
Okay, well then we can make it specific to the impacts that we're bringing up.
Thank you.
But it's already in there.
Okay, so then maybe we just add the words
Highlight it.
utilizing your discretion that's allowable in the UDS. Is that fitting, or is that too much free advice?
We don't need to direct them to tell them what to do.
Yeah, I mean,
So we already have raised the concern about affordability in housing. The county commissioners know which levers they have at their disposal to drive this, and therefore they would make that decision. We don't need to tell them what to do.
I don't think a reminder would hurt.
So you could call them.
So this is what, can I read the sentence of Brian's point? This is what we have in for the housing part. It says, the proposed, I mean, this is in the middle of the paragraph. The proposed project will place a significant strain on the already limited supply of affordable housing. While the application appears to meet the minimum requirements of the Unified Development Code for workforce housing, the sheer size of the development and large number of employees will generate an unprecedented demand that far exceeds what is being provided. Does that help what you're saying, Dakota? No?
Well, what I think maybe your question is really more one for Tom and Dan to come back to us potentially on what I'm hearing you say. Your question is, or maybe it's somehow to the county commissioners, that we want to understand what the discretion is, but I'm not sure that it applies in this letter.
This is curiosity and the how. It's not our job to find out these rules. So why we shouldn't, I feel strongly not to waste staff time to figure this out and come back to us so we can satisfy our curiosity about this. It's not our job to say how.
Rephrase it as,
To still say how though, and our job is not to say how.
not to say how, but just please utilize whatever discretion you have to strengthen the conditions of approval. On the
let's just
impact.
ask.
It's basically,
just ask.
please do your job.
Yeah, let's just ask, what is the will of the council on the kind of Counselor Dixon's comment? I mean, I
It's
think,
already in there. What
Brings it up
Counselor
to time.
Dixon read is in there.
You bring it up. I like it.
It's in there. There's nothing to vote on.
well, I think what Counselor McGinley was asking for some more specific language. So what I'm hearing is I don't think there's council support for the more kind of additional language. Okay,
No.
all right. And then the last comment was traffic. And and again, I mean, I think the language in here is pretty strong on traffic. What's the other council members' thoughts on that?
Agreed.
Agreed.
And again, it talks about concerns about the intersection of US 40, US 131 with increased traffic. Okay,
I think there's other areas that are a higher concern than traffic in those two intersections. County Road 14 in general.
Okay,
They've addressed that and we don't need to get into that detail.
well, yeah, it does. It says that at the beginning, right? RC, yeah, 14, 131, 40 key transportation routes. So again, is there anything specific that
To capture that concern about the traffic study, you could add an additional question of have sufficient traffic studies been conducted at all relevant intersections appropriately or something like that. And then that way that question is raised and the concern about this, it can be sussed out whether that's legitimate or not.
One question that I would try to ask the county when we get together with them, specifically on this traffic point, was how I think Trail Waters did not move forward because they got, they were gonna have to spend their portion of fixing 40 or 14, all that was $7 or $8 million. And so that project probably won't go through, I don't know. But again, how the county deliberated that would be something I would like to know.
I'm not sure
Okay.
if that's relevant to this.
Not now, but
Okay.
as we have
So
a
just-
conversation down the road, Those are the kind of things that if you're going to ask them for questions and we're going to ask them concerns, it's interesting to see how that vetted that $7 million.
I could provide a little thought on that after.
Yeah, no,
outside of
I
the-
would just say one addition for the potential transportation is we don't really ask about the impact on Highway 40 through Steamboat. That's not in the letter, so
Well, how do you quantify that?
well, we know vehicle miles traveled.
When I-70 gets closed down and we have a lot of traffic coming through here, how do you quantify what's going through the city limits of Steamboat Springs?
But I would
We
think,
do ask that question.
where is it?
It's covered.
That's what I'm saying. It's in there.
It's covered.
Where, show me.
As well as within the city of Steamboat Springs. It's the last half of the first question.
It's more of a statement versus a question.
Ends in a
Doesn't
question.
care. I think we're just saying it's going to cause,
Okay.
yeah. I don't think there's a question there.
Okay, thank you. Okay, anything else?
Final.
Just the last thing is Councilor Mateen suggested some language about helicopter traffic. And so
I put that in here.
Yeah, you did.
Got it. Yep. Thank you.
What about the public comment regarding the need for a full-time fire station, which could cost between 15 to 20 million, and the proposal only provides 1.5 million to support fire and EMS?
Have that in here.
Well, it doesn't go into specifics on the gap between 1.5 and 20 million.
Says how will the project applicant account for and contribute to the cost of these shared emergency services?
Yeah, but that's separate, I think, than how it's not covering their own emergency services.
Well, I just want to lean on the county. This is in the county's jurisdiction. We want to make sure that the county, we know where our fire district is. This is a separate fire district that we commingle with them when they have a problem. So it will impact our county, our city, okay? But going to that kind of detail of whether we're telling them they should build a new fire station or something, that's all on the county. That is not on me at all.
And we already say that it's a statement versus a question again, that this will place an increased demand on our services. And we do, I don't know if you can see it, the red line version does talk about the 1.5 million, that's not adequate. Yeah.
Thank you. I see that. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, additional comments? All right, Tom, Counselor Dixon, you guys feel like you have a good handle on this, and so you'll make the edits and recirculate it?
yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. Is there anything else?
Can you explain a little bit more about recirculating this and what the intent of recirculating is? Because this has to be to the county by Friday.
Right.
So
I think what I'm hearing is that we'll incorporate the comments that you've made. Councilor Dixon's made some good notes. I've made some good notes. We'll get a final draft, get it in front of Gail for her signature. She can review it, and if it meets all of the comments that were made tonight, we'll get it off to the county.
I trust the both of you on this.
That's what I was
I
going to say.
won't change the content. I may strengthen some, but I will not change any of the content that we have talked about.
This random paragraph.
All right. Okay. All right. Okay. Anything else on this? Okay. Well, we really appreciate you all being here this evening in terms of expressing your concerns, and thank you. And we will go ahead and provide our comments and submit those to the county commissioners on Friday. And we will take a 10-minute break before we move into our next items. Thank you all.
Thank you.
go ahead and take our seats and we'll get back to our regular agenda.
It's only a month.
There was creamer in there from like March, just got thrown out.
All right, let's find Counselor West and Counselor McGinley.
Oh, it was liquid creamer, or was it powder creamer?
Let's get going. Historic preservation.
That's right, exactly.
All right, let's do it.
Okay, all right. Maybe somebody could holler at Counselor McGinley and Counselor West. We're going to go ahead and get started. We're going to move into our consent calendar. Items on the consent calendar may be reviewed and commented upon in the same manner as other agenda items. Any member of the council or the public may request withdrawal of any item from the consent calendar for further discussion at any time prior to approval. If items are not removed, they may be approved with a single motion. Agenda item G4 is a resolution adopting the City of Steamboat Springs Historic Preservation Plan and updated historic design guidelines, State Historical Fund Grant 24 M2014. Would anyone like to pull this for a presentation?
I think we should have a talk about it.
Yes. So we'll pull this one. Agenda item 5 is a resolution adopting the Steamboat Springs Community Plan. I think we'll pull this one as well. Agenda item 6 is a resolution PL 202-50210, the Vantage at Village Drive. This one is a request to be postponed to November 18th, so we will pull this one. Agenda item 7 is a resolution approving a preliminary plat and major variance PL 202-50101, Storm Peak Plaza preliminary plat. Is there anyone that would like to pull this? Okay, agenda item 7 will stay on the consent calendar. Agenda item 8 is a resolution approving a conditional use development plan and major variance PL 202-50102, Storm Peak Brewing Company Campus Development Plan. Is there anyone that would like to pull this one? Okay, agenda item 8 will stay on the consent calendar. Agenda item 9 is an ordinance vacating a portion of a 20-foot wide utility easement on the eastern property line of Lot 1 Crawford Square at Burgess Creek, PL 202-50239. Is there anybody that would like to pull this one?
No.
Okay, I will then entertain a motion to approve on consent calendar agenda item G7, 8, and 9.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion by Counselor McGinley and a second by Counselor Muntean. Any discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposition? Okay, that passes unanimously. So we will again move on to agenda item 4, which is a resolution adopting the City of Steamboat Springs Historic Preservation Plan and updated historic design guidelines. Are you going to kick us off, Rebecca?
I am. Rebecca Bessie, Planning Director. I'm just going to take 30 seconds because I think this is a pretty exciting evening as you are considering adoption of the city's first ever historic preservation plan tonight, as well as next on your agenda, adoption of the new community plan, replacing a plan that was last adopted over 20 years ago. So I just wanted to take a moment to thank council for your support and participation in both of those processes. And with that, I'll turn it over to our historic preservation planner, Caitlin Barabee-Smith, and our consultant team with Logan Simpson to present the historic preservation plan and updated design guidelines.
All right, thank you, Rebecca, and thank you all for bearing with us this evening.
Good evening, members of council. Thank you for considering adopting both the historic preservation plan and update the historic guidelines this evening. I'm joined with Mariah Jones in person, and then John Southard is here virtually. There are consultants with Logan Simpson, multidisciplinary planning, environmental, archaeological, and historic preservation firm. We will try to keep our presentation relatively short. I know it's been a long evening, but we look forward to any questions that you may have. Give me one moment here. All righty. So this project was grant funded with generous funding from History Colorado State Historical Fund. We were awarded the grant in July of 2023. We began the request for proposal process in January of 2024. And then we entered into contract with Logan Simpson around December of 2024. We had a relatively short planning process. It was 9 months. The grant cycle is actually 2 years, so we did a lot of work in a very quick time frame, but that doesn't shed light on all the work that we've done with the community over the years and with your council and former councils as well. And then we had HPC in public review throughout August to October 13th, when our Historic Preservation Commission provided unanimous recommendation for council approval. We completed a lot of engagement and public outreach. We actually had a completely separate grant that funded this called the Education Engagement and Outreach Strategy. So that allowed us to work very closely with a wide variety of different groups and audience types: homeowners, business owners, industry professionals, and then our staff as well. We had a public open house in January specific to the plan and guidelines, and then again in April or June. A quick overview of the document begins with community values and the benefits of historic preservation. We're required by law and by the grantor to provide a legal framework around preservation. I know it seems like a meaty document, and there may have been a lot in there that could have been moved to an appendix, but the grantor really wanted that information integrated in. We provide an existing background of our preservation program elements, current inventory of historic places within city limits. We were also required to have a historic context for Steamboat. So we have wonderful partners in preservation, Historic Routt County, Tread of Pioneers, and they've created many historical contexts for different themes across our county, right? Agriculture throughout Routt County, the history of Routt County, but we don't have a context specific to Steamboat Springs. So that was also a requirement of the grant project. We began by identifying top trends through the engagement with the community and work with staff in our historic preservation community, which led us to developing constraints and opportunities with then goals, recommendations, and actionable strategies to build a work plan and an implementation plan off of. Mariah, community values.
It's really lovely that we got to have this opportunity to make this HP plan along with your community canvas. So we really wanted to make sure that we focused in on values-based preservation. Why do we do what we do? And why does it matter to the community? So at our first community open house, this word cloud that you see is what we developed from what the community said. So some of these are directly related to historic preservation, relating to architectural character, but some of them are less so, like they boost tourism, they create an identity. So we really wanted to focus on, through the recommendations process, how can we incorporate these values and support these values more than just supporting architectural character.
This is just a very quick, I know you may not be able to read the PowerPoint projection up there, but it is in your packet. It's a snapshot of the historic context. We did provide some extensive information and historical research on the 3 Ute tribes that Steamboat Springs and the Yampa Valley consider to be their native homeland. I'm not going to go over each individual plan objective, as I think these are pretty straightforward and weaved throughout both the plan and the guidelines. Trend 1 is a regular loss of eligible resources. So again, to take you back to our last presentation, an eligible resource is a structure, site, object, building, sign, or property that is over 50 years of age that meets certain eligibility for being considered important, right? Architectural importance, historical importance, or geographic importance. And as you have heard from the community, there's concern for loss of our important places and changes to our important landscapes. Trend 2 is incompatible alterations and additions over time. The act of preservation, there's actually 4 treatments to preservation. You have preservation, rehabilitation, restoration, and reconstruction. If we were going to preserve what should be preserved, you would be looking at structures that have not changed over time. They have their original roof, their windows are in their original place. We don't have much of that in Steamboat left when you think about our building stock. And so we have to approach preservation from a creative, modern, and contemporary standpoint and look at what's worth preserving today, because not every structure is going to be original. Changing construction and housing market. This was a big one that came out of our engagement with the public. The cost of land and what does that mean for the value of the actual built resource on that land? So when does the cost of land become so high that it actually drives down the aesthetic value and the comparable value of the house? And how is that impacting what we have here now versus what is being built new? And I would say all of the past trends have led to a declining sense of place, which is trend 4. We've developed 5 goals. Mariah?
From all those trends, it can be kind of messy. HP is very integrated into itself. 5 goals we developed for Steamboat Springs to kind of drive the next 10 years of historic preservation in your community. First, we want to amplify the historic character by identifying what we actually have. So we don't know where we can really go until we identify what we have and why it's important. So we want to make sure that we collect all that data so we can make really good decisions for our building stock. Next, we want to prioritize the continued use of eligible resources. So to kind of combat that rising cost of the land, we want to promote the continued use of the improvement that's already on it. We want to leverage HP and integrate that into other city initiatives like affordable housing, economic development. We want to amend the CDC to provide the community with the tools it needs in order to make those good decisions for the building stock, and to make sure that it reinforces clarity. And we want to foster a community-wide sense of preservation ethic, similar to what we have for the Yampa River. We want to apply the same to our historic resources.
So I'm just going to highlight a few of the recommendations and strategies that I think our staff and our Historic Preservation Commission are most excited about. And you'll see how we housed each recommendation and strategy under the 5 goals. We want to establish and ultimately reestablish a system of survey and resurvey. So we are a certified local government. That's a program under the National Park System. And to Mariah's point of we can't protect and integrate a historic place or landscape into the continued fabric of our environment if we don't know what we have. We've mostly surveyed residential Old Town and commercial Old Town, but we have surveyed a portion of the mountain base area. But other than that, we don't have the data and the information to make decisions about what should be considered eligible for future designation or not. For goal 2, continuing and promoting the actual use and reuse of eligible resources. One strategy to do that is to explore and implement zoning incentives. We left some of these strategies a little broad, so we know that directives from the state change, direction from council changes, and we have a wonderful planning staff and development review team. And so I think we're all looking forward to diving into some of the strategies that will affect how our CDC is laid out together when we can hopefully implement this plan. So for goal 3, I think creating incentives and dedicated funding sources, that's something that we found to be quite difficult when looking at financial incentives for historic preservation, just because of the pure wealth of the people buying into Steamboat. It was one of the, I would say, top constraints that kind of came out. How do you financially incentivize the community when they would just rather pay a fee? And grant funding or a tax credit isn't necessarily the type of benefit that they're looking for. So we have a whole list of alternative ways to incentivize preservation, both with funding and then also without funding. We would like to also explore implementing the transfer of development rights program that we currently have in our code, and we have not implemented it yet. And then also explore neighborhood conservation overlay districts. That would be kind of a long-term strategy, not short or midterm strategy. Goal 4 is the goal I am most excited about, which is to amend the community development code holistically to better integrate historic preservation across different articles and sections within our code. Right now, it's kind of the standalone. Looking at including archaeological protections at potentially the building permit level, consolidating the historic preservation provisions, amending the process for designating historic districts, as well as decreasing the consent or the amount or percent of owners that are required to create a historic district. As you remember, it's at 100%, which is very limiting, which is why we do not have any local historic districts. And for goal 5, this is really where we're going to implement the education, engagement, and outreach strategy. So this is where a lot of the kind of digital tools and brochure tools and ideas for doing, real estate seminars and working more closely with our building partners and contractors will come into play. We also have a recommendation to pursue a relationship with our tribal and descendant communities. As you'll see, I believe this has also been added as a strategic objective for the update to our existing strategic plan. So tonight, we would like to know if members of City Council have any additional feedback on the plan or the guidelines. We didn't touch too much on the guidelines. It's an existing document. It's really for internal use. It helps our Historic Preservation Commission and staff recommend alterations or changes that are appropriate to a historic structure. It, of course, can be utilized by a homeowner or an industry professional. And then are there any additional changes that staff and consultants could make to either of the documents to suit council's needs? And then may the Historic Preservation Plan and updated historic design guidelines be adopted by City Council?
All right. Thank you very much for that presentation. As I think was stated earlier, this is really exciting. And glad to know you guys have done a lot of work on this, so appreciate all the work that's been done. What questions does council have? Any member of council?
Yeah, no, first of all, thank you guys for getting this. Thank you for the team that you've coalesced together to actually put this together and really look at historic preservation through a clear lens of what we can do. And I'm glad that, sometimes going last, a lot of other communities have one, but we get to work off of their successes and failures, and we can kind of make something that's good. Instead of being the lead, we can actually learn from other people in that. With that stated, a couple questions that I wanted to ask is that as I've gone through the 131 pages, haven't gotten into detail too much on it. I've read through it, but there was a lot of good information there. The one thing that I just wanted to address is really the concern that we had with historic preservation is there's no teeth. It has no teeth. It's recommendations, and hopes that they can do something. If you could, for me, just summarize what you think the teeths are in this plan and how those can turn into some regulations that have to get passed by ordinance later.
That's a great question. The teeth that I believe you are speaking about that we've heard from the community, if I could first define those teeth for you.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking, just, because, yeah.
The teeth would be for our council to approve the designation of an eligible resource over the owner's consent.
Okay.
And I believe as a Historic Preservation Commission, working with the broader public as a whole, and also working with city council and staff. That is something that we do not feel would best meet the interests of the broad public. As a reminder, we are one of, more than that, one of 68, I think, certified local governments in the state of Colorado. Of those 68, 70% of them have virtually identical regulations as the city of Steamboat Springs. So only about 30% of them have those quote unquote teeth where they can go in and historically designate something over the owner's objection. And so what these changes and recommendations that we have in the plan allow us to do are to better implement incentives and routes and options for historic designation, better myth bust. We know there's a lot of myths around preservation, without going one step further towards removing private property rights, to be honest. So
That's the big one.
yes.
Just kind of the eligibility of that resource and kind of forcing it down there. As I go through your list, and I did kind of focus on how many, because you did an inventory on different categories, whether it's on the state historic or the Routt County historic and that kind of thing. How many properties do you think currently, and I know every year we get another 50 years out, so things start to become available, but how many properties do you think we're really talking about? Is it 10, 20, 50 properties that could be eligible for this new program?
I would say it's many more than that.
Really?
Yes. So last year, so one thing our code requires us to do is send out a notice of eligibility. And so last year we had just over 2,000 structures that were over 50 years of age. Keep in mind architecture changes, and each year that we move forward, while we would all love to stay younger, our houses continue to grow old with us, right? And so every year there is a new stock of houses. So it's really that outreach, both proactively on the city's part by sending that letter, and then also when we have planning applications and building permits come in, that's when I start looking at eligibility. We only have what is considered an intensive level survey form to help determine eligibility. It's not required, but it's helpful for 550 structures. And so I think that kind of shows you the breadth of, or the quantity of structures over 50 years of age. Does that mean they are all going to be considered eligible resources? No. There will be structures whose architectural style have no merit to preserve, or that have been so greatly modified that rehabilitating them, it doesn't meet the criteria. So I can't give you an exact number.
No, that's good. I
Yep.
appreciate that.
And remember, it's not just about the architectural style, it's about the environment. It could be a special feature on the property. It could, we're not just preserving that one structure. It's how does this contribute to the character of Steamboat? Does the massing and scale of the block stay the same if you have a local historic district? Likely. And the fact that we can do that through owner consent, I think is the most important fact.
Caitlin, thank you.
Yep.
All right, great questions. Other questions from council?
Do you have any metrics on, or any data on homes that have historic, that are registered and have sold, or the impact on their ability to be sold, or the sales price of those homes versus others, or anything like that that would support the fact that registering your home does not impede your ability to sell?
Yes, we absolutely do have data for that. I can't pull the exact numbers for you, but the statistics show that a home that has historic designation, both individually and then also houses or structures that are contributing to a local, state, or national historic district, don't only increase the value of the home, but the value of the homes around it. So there is a financial benefit. That's one of those myths, right? That if you historically designate your house, that you won't be able to sell it. And I think the easiest way to address that, or that it'll lessen its value, right? I think the easiest way to address that is if you had an owner of a home or a commercial building and they historically designated that place, they cared for it very much, right? And you would hope to find a buyer that would care for it just as similarly.
And as a corollary to that, when you talk about a district and having a district without 100%, so that would support something like this, where you increase the value of not only that home, but others. So what would be the new guidelines for creating a district?
That's something that we will determine with planning staff, but we were thinking majority consent. So that could mean a percentage based, so 51%, or it could be a number. Remember, a district has specialized or individualized boundaries. So you're not just saying, oh, it's all of 7th Street. We get to draw the boundary with those owners. And so we're not sure yet if kind of a fixed number, it requires 4 owners, or a general percentage would be the best route forward.
Good, thank you. My last question is just as you move this forward here, do you have any specific goals in mind around number of buildings or homes that become registered and whatnot as you move forward?
I don't, but I would be happy to develop one for you.
I just think I like goals. And so
specific to historic districts, yes, I have quite a few, you could say bubbling, around residential Old Town, potentially one over in Riverside. I know I've talked to a few of their neighbors. I think it would be lovely to have, we'll just say 7 historic districts in the next 3 years.
Well, next year at this time, we'll see.
We will hopefully have one. We will start small.
That's a good goal. Thank you.
Yes.
I have a follow-up to that. So I hear this idea that we could reduce the need for full consent to create a district. What's the approach in other communities? You said like 70% of the state does things very similarly. Do a lot of people do it that way too? Or it's like a majority vote? Or I guess what's the best practice there?
It is pretty different across most communities. A lot will have a minimum of 2, some have a minimum of 4. Some just have majority consent. So it's kind of all over the board. Some have a mixture of both, which I think is a unique approach, potentially due to the size of the district. So.
Okay. This is a really off the wall question, and I apologize in advance. I know the whole point of historic preservation is to preserve historic buildings and artifacts and, archaeological things that, we want to maintain for the long term. And I just, I wonder if there's been thought on, offering like lookalikes that, let's say this developer is they're gonna demolish no matter what, as long as the code is the code. So can we like provide them some support for building something that's like within a historic guideline, even if it's a new building?
Yes, our our updated historic design guidelines do have a chapter on new construction. However, we would need to revisit the role and duties of our Historic Preservation Commission to be able to provide guidance on that.
Can you say more about that? Like how that would need to change?
Yes, we would probably need to go back and look at the ordinance that was changed in 2007. It removed the ability for the Historic Preservation Commission to review new construction, which is not uncommon across Colorado CLGs. I just think it was the climate at the time. So if that is something that the commission and council would like to move forward with, that's something that we can move forward with. With that said, that doesn't mean that staff cannot suggest for the developer or the architect or the homeowner to take a look at the new construction guidelines, but we cannot mandate them to follow it.
Right. Okay. Thank you. My last question. Is there, I think I might have asked this last time too, so I apologize. I don't remember the answer, but land acknowledgement, I think that was something that we had at some point, and has that gone away in practice?
So the city did create a land acknowledgement. I want to say it was potentially back in 2017. And I believe we've formally held that land acknowledgement in working with some of our local partners who have close ties with the Ute community, and also working with our new deputy city manager. We really want to tactfully honor the heritage of the Ute and not just merely provide a land acknowledgement on our website or at the beginning of each meeting as a way to honor their connection to this land. We want to really build that government to government relationships with the Ute tribes. And so I think that discussion of what does acknowledging their presence here in the Yampa Valley and specific to Steamboat and our resources that we have is a conversation that we want to have with the Ute tribal governments.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
One question, may I go?
Yep.
One quick question. So Caitlin, thank you so much. I love it. This is really impressive. So thank you to both of you for all the work. Just super quick question, when you were presenting, I don't remember when, recently, a couple months ago, 5 months ago, I don't know. What really stuck out was the comment that you all made that the communities that really have strong historical preservation was really, the communities really got behind it and rallied. I think it was Miami an example, or I don't know, it probably wasn't Miami, but anyway. So I'm wondering if you feel like we're going to get there with your goal number 5. Does that really hit on that?
I would say both goal number 5 and then the outcomes of goal number 4 are a way to develop that preservation ethic. Keep in mind the communities referenced for the time frame you're speaking about, we'll say 5 months ago. Those are communities that really began their preservation programs and had those grassroots preservation efforts right after the National Historic Preservation Act of 1966 passed. And so we're a good 6 decades behind schedule.
Okay.
So while I would love to, throw some salt behind my shoulder and hope that we can jump forward as fast as possible, I would just like to remind everyone that this is a slower process, right?
Yeah, thank you.
And may I take a moment to say one more thing?
Sure.
I just wanted to thank our community and our planning staff and our Historic Preservation Commission, and mostly our stakeholders. We have some here in the audience this evening. So Historic Route County, Tread of Pioneers Museum, Steamboat Creates, and then Main Street Steamboat. And a special shout out to Historic Route County for the last 2 months. They've been going back and forth and helping us with content edits and visual organization of the document. So we really wouldn't be able to present what we've presented to you today without their help. So that's all.
All right. Yeah, thank you for making that acknowledgement. Additional questions? Okay, thank you. What we'll do next is we'll open it up for public comment and see if there's anyone in the audience who would like to make a public comment. If so, you can come on down, state your name, and you have 3 minutes. And I'll just say, if there's anybody online that would like to make a public comment, please raise your hand and we'll call on you next.
Good evening. We're coming up together just to show our solidarity, but I'll lead off with the comments. I'm Tyler Gibbs, 2125 Trollhagen, consultant to Historic Routt County. And we talk a lot about community character, and a little bit of that conversation this evening. How vital it is, how to protect it, but what does that mean a lot? I mean, we hear that term thrown around a great deal. And it looks a little bit different to everyone, and as it should, because it's made up of so many different things. It's our architecture, our streetscape, the layout and design of our towns. It's our natural environment. It's our history and culture, the events, the places, the stories, the traditions that are part of our community. And it's the character of our people, our values, our politics, the way we build community. All those things matter because it all helps us understand who we are, both those of us who live here and those of us who visit and are just getting to know us. It gives us a sense of place, why this place, Steamboat Springs, is unlike anywhere else. It influences how we choose and where we choose to live, to work, and to play. And it guides how we'll shape our future, what kind of community we'll become and what kind of community we pass on. So that's why preservation matters. And all those things are the qualities that we use to decide what places are historically significant. When we look at a resource and are trying to decide, is this important to our history, we look at, is it tied to events or patterns that have shaped our history, or is it connected to people, individuals who have left a mark on our community? Does it represent a distinctive style or craft or way of building that defines our local identity? So that's why preservation is so intimately tied to community character and why we can't really talk about one without the other. So we really want to thank the city, the planning department, especially Rebecca and Caitlin, for breathing new life into this effort. For too long, historic preservation was kind of on life support here in Steamboat, but it's been revived, and this is our opportunity to make preservation an important and vibrant force in our culture and in our economy again. There's a common misperception that preservation stands in the way of development. The truth is really just the opposite. Across the country, across the state of Colorado, so many thriving communities have shown that preservation actually fuels very positive, sustainable growth, and importantly, brings lasting value, the kind of value that only comes from respecting the very character that makes the community worth investing in. So I just quickly say, this is a roadmap to success. We urge council to embrace it and make preservation an integral part of the city's annual action plan and budget. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, Tyler. I'm going to step up. I'm Arianthe Stetner.
Yep, we'll get you to talk into the mic.
Thank you. We wanted to, I am way too short. I'm Arianthe Stetner, 1367 Anglers Drive, Steamboat, and emeritus board member of Historic Routt County. And also I've been in the trenches with historic preservation in Routt County really since the early 1990s. Can you believe it? And I'm still alive. At any rate, this is a wonderful thing that we are considering tonight, to have our first ever city historic preservation plan. It's wonderful. And I thank everybody that made this possible, that was involved in this. And we stood up here with Tyler, just in case his time ran out, that he could have some of ours. So, so thank you, council, for considering preserving our community character and what makes Steamboat Springs special. And I think by correlation, you could hear it in what people were saying in the public comments earlier about Stagecoach and Routt County. And those things that Tyler read are the things that mean a lot to them as well. So community character, what makes this place special is what draws us here, what makes us so passionate about serving and doing the things that we all do to make it a better place and mean a lot. So thank you very much. And Steve, I'll answer some of your questions later when we're not on a time clock, because I've got some good information for you to share. Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Hello, good evening. I am Kristen Rockford. I'm the Executive Director for Historic Routt County. First and foremost, I'd like to thank you all for your service on the council. I'm hopeful that this new preservation plan will be adopted. And it's an important step forward, and I thank you for your leadership. And I'd like to also thank those who worked very hard on this plan, and we appreciate them considering our comments. That was a really wonderful thing. And this is a very exciting step. Again, I'm hopeful it will be adopted, and we can't rest on our laurels. Let's ride this momentum. Let's roll up our sleeves and let's get busy. Let's get to work. There's a lot of great recommendations in this plan that we can start enacting right away. And to echo what Tyler said, please embrace this and consider this as part of your annual plan and your budget so we can keep this great positive thing rolling. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to make a public comment? All right, come on down.
Hi, my name's Molly Rusher. I'm at 1910 Hunters Drive, and I sit on the Historic Preservation Commission. I just wanted to encourage you, basically I'm saying ditto, but I'm going to say it anyway. This was a very thoughtfully and thoroughly developed plan with a lot of citizen feedback. So please consider that we're actually taking what the community has asked us to do and putting it into a very formalized document, along with the rules and guidelines from the federal, state, county, and even our city has put forward to us. The goals listed will help to protect the character of Steamboat Springs for generations to come by giving the city and the Historic Preservation Commission the needed tools. We're going to use tools, not teeth, to preserve like I said, the character of the city for generations to come, as well as owners' rights, improving property values, as well as offering financial benefits through the restoration efforts. Some of the goals that are of big importance to me anyway are the historic district requirement changes so that we can have kind of an overlay that will help protect wider swaths of property versus one property at a time, kind of cherry picked, and other zoning and planning incentives. The tools, again, to help us control some things, one of which could be even extending the stay of demolition for properties, which is another kind of, not a carrot and it's not exactly a stick, but somewhere in between. And then my personal pet project or interest level is around the Mountain area survey, because that area is about 50 years old. And if we don't start surveying those and protecting those areas, we're going to lose the character of that space all in itself. And as everybody else has said, I'll just leave that quickly. Thank you to everybody who put this together, and thank you for taking into consideration and adopting this plan. We appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Okay, I'll see if there's anybody else in the audience that would like to make a public comment. I do see Katie, you online. Would you like to go ahead, unmute, state your name, and you have 3 minutes?
Thanks. Here I am. Yeah, I'm just going to echo everything as well. My name's Katie Adams. West Hillside Court is my address here in Steamboat Springs. I want to put my video on, but I can't. And I just also I serve on the city's Historic Preservation Commission with Molly as well. And I also want to just thank the consultants and thank you. There it goes. And the planning staff and Caitlin for all their hard work and dedication to this project. It's been a long time coming, and I'm personally really proud, optimistic about the positive changes that this document can bring. By adopting the plan and guidelines tonight, we'll be brought up to the level of other communities across the state, and we're prepared to grow and better maintain our program for years to come. I think as you can tell, it really works to align the community's values with actionable strategies. And as you can also read, or maybe have already, the historic preservation is not keeping everything as is, but rather it helps celebrate the history and manage change so the exciting part of history can come out. The benefits of historic preservation are well documented, as we've already discussed, and definitely extends beyond old things, but to community identity, sustainability, affordable housing, cultural heritage tour dollars, and a lot more. So I'd just like to thank you, Council, for your continued support. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Katie, for your comments. Is there anybody else in the audience that would like to make a public comment? Or if there's anybody else online that would like to make a public comment, please come on down. All right, I'm not seeing anyone in the audience, nor am I seeing anybody online. So we'll go ahead and close our public comment portion of this and bring it back to council for a discussion or a motion.
Before anybody says anything else, let me just, I have sat here without saying a word because I want to know if council is comfortable with me participating in the discussion and ultimately the vote, given my excessive involvement with Marshall House.
I'm fine with it.
I mean, why would we not want to have someone who's personally involved in this and hear your perspective? To kick you out of the room would be disappointing because there's a reason why you're passionate about it and why you have it. So I would be honored to keep you here. Thank you for bringing it up, but no, stay in the seat.
All right, is there anybody that disagrees with that? Okay. Okay, thanks for your disclosure. So again, we'll bring it back.
What do you have to say?
That I am very optimistic that within my lifetime, that floating house will come down to earth.
Jazz bar, I see jazz, no, cigar.
Cigar lounge, yes, underneath it, not in Marshall House.
Yeah.
All right, any other comments?
Really quick questions, if that's
Okay.
okay. Yep. Caitlin, if you don't mind. So just to confirm, the 5 goals, are those goals for 2026 or are those goals more long-term?
No, those are long-term goals. So this plan is intended to guide the preservation program for 10 years. With that said, we intend to come back every 3 years or so and to look at what progress we've made. And if we're not making progress at the 3-year mark or 5-year mark, 7-year mark, that's when we'll need to kind of tailor. And we may be back in front of you for an amended plan. Hopefully that's not the case. But that's kind of how we're going to approach this.
Okay, and then do you need council support or change in ordinance in order to enact stays for demolition and a decreased census for the historic district?
It is a policy change. And so, yes, we would be coming forth to council for that. The ordinance itself that allows our preservation program to operate will not need to be changed. So it's a code change. So.
Great. And I guess one last question. So what are the implications for a historic district for a house that maybe isn't of consensus?
That's a great question. So when you have a historic district, you have what's considered a contributing property and a non-contributing property. And so you can think of it similarly to our national downtown historic district. If we were to just pretend like that were a local district, we would handle those reviews quite similarly. So typically you have design guidelines for a historic district, like a singular historic district. We're a special snowflake, so we just have broad historic design guidelines. So if you were an owner that opted in and you were a contributing property, you would be required to follow the design guidelines. If you were a non-contributing property, you would not be required to follow the design guidelines. So reviews would be handled similar to those for eligible resources currently.
Got it. So there's not really implications in terms of design guidelines, but maybe they'll see some property value increases if they have surrounding historic designations.
Yeah, and I mean, guidelines are crafted by the community for the community, right? We can tailor guidelines all we want. What we can't tailor is the regulatory aspect to them. So if it were something we were looking to do in the future to change our guidelines, that's always up for discussion. There is a difference, though, between a non-contributing property that is non-contributing because the owner didn't want it on the historic district, even though their house is still historically important, versus a non-contributing property that has no historic or architectural value. So those properties would not be reviewed at all in terms of changes to alterations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, additional questions or discussion?
I think my only comment is, once you lose it, you can't get it back. So this is great that we're doing it now, even though it could have maybe happened a little while ago. But I'm very grateful for all the work that's gone into it and full support.
Okay. Would anybody like, again, discussion or a motion? We'd entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
Okay.
Second.
All right. So we have a motion by Councilor Swintek. We have a motion by Councilor West, second by Councilor West to approve the resolution adopting the Historic Preservation Plan and updated historic design guidelines. Is there any discussion or would anyone like to make a final comment? Again, just thank you all. All right, I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposition? Okay. Thank you very much for all of your work. We appreciate it.
Thanks, you guys.
Okay.
We now have a plan.
We'll be looking forward to hearing more. Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and move on to agenda item 5, which is a resolution adopting the Steamboat Springs Community Plan. So Brad, why don't you come down and we'll hand it over to you to walk us through this.
So I do have slides to share that you'd like to go ahead and see the presentation that were sent via Rainbow. Is that helpful, or I'll defer to the group? Or I can give you kind of a verbal, quick version. I'll defer to the group.
I think probably quick. What do you all think? I mean, we know there were some changes, maybe highlight some of the changes that were made.
I can work through the slides pretty quick, and that's the purpose of the show. So I will share
Perfect.
Those.
Good job, Brad.
And similar to Caitlin, I do have my consultant, Gabby Voller is online, and she can participate in the conversation as needed, but I'll handle the presentation.
Yeah, another great project.
So again, Brad Calvert, I'm in the planning department. This has been a project I've been managing for the past 20 months or so. We do have a community plan. It just happens to be 21 years old, which isn't best practice, as you can imagine. As alluded to just a second ago, most of this presentation is kind of oriented towards changes since the draft was released. You'll remember back in August, we essentially used your August council meeting to kind of kick off the sort of community review process. So that really is what these slides are designed to do, is just kind of give you a sense of what's been happening since August 19th. So again, I'll speak through walk through them really quick. General sort of timeline is as imagined for the project. Actually had this council come into council back in the first quarter of this year. That was always ambitious. We as shown on the slide, we kind of expected maybe 3 months for plan drafting. That turned into more like 8, which really wasn't surprising. As described in August, we were using a pretty unique structure. So it took a little time to work through the drafting. The one thing that I just want everyone to acknowledge or hear from me this evening, and I think I probably mentioned in August, this is a funny situation in the sense that presuming you adopt tonight or it gets adopted in the not too distant future, we actually have an anticipated amendment to the plan that we will have to pursue by the end of next year. As we were working on this document, the state of Colorado created new requirements for comprehensive plans. So we actually have funding from the Department of Local Affairs to assist with coming into compliance with those requirements. So let's presume action this evening. By the end of next year, there will be an amendment that comes forth as well. So this is not the last time council will see this in the not too distant future. So here's kind of the rundown of sort of what's happened over the last 2 months or so. As mentioned, really kind of kicked off the plan community review period at your meeting in August. Spent time sort of giving an idea of structure, sort of some of the key ways that the plan is oriented. We received comments during that period, revised the plan based on that community review over that period of time, and presented revised versions to both the Area Plan Coordinating Committee as well as to Planning Commission earlier this month, and then turned around and did another set of revisions based on the feedback from APCC and Planning Commission for the version that's in your packets tonight. My other sort of caveat is the version in your packet tonight is kind of the bare bones, basic accessible version. We have every expectation that we'll create kind of a publication worthy version of the document, but it made more sense to kind of get all the way through adoption, and then we will take that step, and that sort of alluding to that here in terms of what will happen even after adoption, should that happen this evening. And the one thing I just wanted to mention, we spent some time talking about this with both APCC and the Planning Commission, is we have a companion document that is more administrative in nature, that's really designed to sort of almost serve like a user guide, particularly for folks that might see themselves as daily, weekly, or monthly users of the plan. That could be the Area Plan Coordinating Committee, Planning Commission, council, staff. It includes how we might scope the work that is sort of outlined in the plan. The plan is obviously very initiative driven. Each of those initiatives require a fair amount of work to get to a policy conversation, if that's the natural end result of that. And so it's going to help sort of coach us a little bit about how to approach that scoping. I'm not worried about what the little box on the bottom right of the slide, that's attachment 2 in your packet. But we received a fair number of comments, and again, we worked through those over a 3-week period or so. We accepted comments by both email and through Engage Steamboat. As described and mentioned in August, I had a handful of what I would call consultation meetings as well with key community partners. I encouraged them after those conversations to submit comments in writing. So if they did opt to submit comments, those were included in the comment log that you see in your packet. For APCC and Planning Commission, we provided not only that comment log, but also redline versions of what changed, really tracked to a very specific comment so people could understand revisions that were made. In some cases, revisions were not made, generally because oftentimes we had comments that just didn't have enough specificity to really kind of take that comment and make a revision in the plan. So that's kind of what happened really between, let's call it September 19th and October 9th for those 2 meetings. We talked about, I would call it maybe 10, a dozen pretty consistent high-level comments with both APCC and Planning Commission during those October meetings. And I can talk to you a little bit about changes that were made based on these comments, with guidance from both of those groups. There was a fair amount of comments related to how the first draft of the plan talked about a proposed approach for residential uses in the industrial zone, some seeking of clarity around 2 sets of water initiatives that were in there. Probably not a surprise, but we got a fair amount of public comment around parking. So there were some changes based on guidance from the 2 bodies that I mentioned previously. We saw a comment that made all the sense in the world to do some updates based on the housing market and demand study the Housing Authority completed and had a conversation with council back in July. Pretty standard stuff when you spend multiple months drafting a plan. At some point, it's out of date from kind of other things that have come in the door that can really create sort of a supportive environment for data and information. And again, all of these were sort of talked about or sort of key discussion points with the 2 bodies I mentioned before. Really, there was a request for a little bit more clarity around what we had called the future land use district plan. As we were developing the plan, we kind of had two documents that were floating out there. One that I kind of call the mainline plan, and the other one, the future land use plan. So we really actually brought those together in the version that's in your packet as Exhibit A to the resolution tonight. A few comments around sort of electrification of buildings and a need to sort of note the importance of having redundancy. And then we'd spent a fair amount of time about kind of maybe two particular actions or initiatives that are in the plan as to, the public comment was around, do we really need an art center? Do we need more indoor recreation? Both of those topics were talked about and guidance received from the APCC and from Planning Commission, and those the direction received during those meetings have been reflected in the plan. And I can give you more details on that if there is interest. We also had quite a few comments around the future land use plan or future land use district plan. These are kind of noted on the slide. I would describe them mostly as style issues to just make sure that the style is right, like how the nodes are identified, that sort of thing. One very specific thing I want to mention that we will update prior to essentially publishing the plan is there was 1 8-acre parcel that is mistakenly referred to as open space as a future land use. It should be mixed use. It was just where the boundary was set was incorrect. So we've acknowledged that, and we'll work on that after tonight's conversation. Also heard, that really there was some consternation around some of the photos that were used as examples in the future land use district plan. So that's another thing that we will find and swap out better photography for some of those district examples. And this is a set of things that would actually kind of happen before even the August presentation, but I just wanted to make it very clear so that everybody sort of understood this. Back in, I don't know, June, July of this year, as we were working through a draft of the plan with the Area Plan Coordinating Committee, the conversation about the urban growth boundary came up, and the direction from APCC at that time was, sit down with Routt County and have a conversation about the urban growth boundary and just decide if there are changes that are warranted. And through that consultation and as shared with APCC, there were 3 what I would call and characterize as relatively minor revisions to the urban growth boundary. As shown on the map, there were sort of 3 areas on the south side of town that were removed from the urban growth boundary. And that was the consultation with the county was something to the effect of the likelihood of these areas being annexed anytime soon is very, very, very low. Why show them on a map that is suggesting areas that are likely to be annexed? And so we removed what gets called on the map sort of 5, 6, and 7. So going counterclockwise, Treehouse, sort of South Steamboat Springs, and what's known as the Ski Corps parcel in our 3-mile plan. All other elements of the urban growth boundaries stayed the same, but I just wanted to mention those 3 small revisions. And then a little bit about sort of what happened since October 9. Again, both Area Plan Coordinating Committee and Planning Commission reviewed the revised draft, gave us feedback in the meeting that came with their recommendation to bring it forward to council this evening. I sort of mentioned this idea of integrating the future land use plan with the mainline version. I mentioned the housing data. We actually had some internal review from the city's water resource manager to just look for some clarity around some actions and initiatives in that section, and so we've updated that. I don't know how much time Area Plan Coordinating Committee and Planning Commission spent talking about the theme title that used to be Manage the Destination. It wasn't working for people, so we have suggested a change of that theme name to Sustain the Place. We heard that it would, even though it feels like there is a fair amount of prioritization in this document, particularly relative to the previous version of the plan, but identifying a top priority would be important. So we've done that. We removed, there was an explicit reference to the vacancy tax that based on recent conversations, it was advised that we remove that. One topic that came up in APCC that I think both bodies really thought was a good addition was adding language about enforcement around existing policies and regulations, particularly when we were talking about that with APCC. That's an emphasis in the county master plan, so it made sense to make it an emphasis in this plan as well. And then a whole host of minor text revisions that I won't bore you with. And then, as I mentioned, I sort of alluded to this, there's some steps that would happen even after adoption. Things like creating, a web-based version, a publication-worthy version that is digitally accessible. We've already started work on that, but it became clear we weren't going to hit the packet deadline with that version of the plan. And there's enough sort of graphic richness in it that it probably needs to be remediated by a third party. It will take a pretty big lift to get to a fully accessible version of that. I mentioned the photos, and I also mentioned the implementation and user guide. These are things related directly to the document, but we will have to do other steps as well. For instance, taking that future land use district plan and creating a map layer on our web-based mapping platforms, things like that. We will essentially start scoping the amendment as soon as the ink is dry on the adoption resolution, because again, we have until the end of next year to do that. But we already have money and a grant agreement from DOLA to start that work. So we will go ahead and start thinking about what the amendment might include. So again, final slide with kind of just, similar questions to what Caitlin posed to council. And then this comes with a draft resolution and a recommendation of staff to adopt the resolution and consistent with kind of the recommendations that came forward from the Area Plan Coordinating Committee and from Planning Commission. And similar to the other item, just huge thank you to council for hanging in there for 20 months on this topic. Particularly the counselors that have been involved with Area Plan Coordinating Committee, 3 of you over the last couple of years, to the folks that hung out with me for 10 Saturdays last summer at the farmers market and really helped engage people in that way. So I really appreciate not only your help and guidance on this, but the broader community as well. So I'm happy to participate and help with any discussion council may have this evening.
All right, thank you, Brad. Questions for Brad? I'm going to start out with a process question. So what was the process for making the decision about adding the comment about a parking garage, taking out the vacancy tax?
The 2 items that you just mentioned were reviewed and direction was given by either the Area Plan Coordinating Committee or by Planning Commission. So public comment came in the door, re-redlined, marked up that version, and talked about particularly key issues with both of those groups.
Mm-hmm. And would that be, everything else that you mentioned in terms of the other changes? So it was one or the other or both?
Say that one more time so I make sure.
Oh, in terms of kind of the other issues that you mentioned in terms of, I think the rec center, there were 3 or 4 things, right, that you called out.
The things I called out on slide were comments that we received pretty consistently, and we ended up talking with, in some level of detail across those issues with both APCC and Planning Commission on October 9th. And we essentially awaited direction. So for instance, we heard, I'm going to give you a third example. I sort of talked about this. We had a lot of comments that suggested that the theme title of Manage the Destination didn't really feel like a fit. It felt like it was misaligned with some of the values that were presented in the plan. The content that sat beneath it really didn't feel like it was really in line with that. And so the charge to the project team was to initiate a revision. For both the 2 items that you just mentioned, the notion of a parking structure being part of a parking management solution and particularly removal of the explicit reference of the vacancy tax were direct guidance from one or both of the Planning Commission or APCC.
And that's based upon comments that were received.
Correct.
Interesting. Okay, thank you.
Brad, the question that I have, and it's regarding the urban growth boundary in those sections that we're trying to remove. What are the ramifications down the road for that? It doesn't harm keeping it in there, and yet we're taking South Steamboat out for any future council or down the road. We would have to go back and change something. That's my only concern in the whole plan is you guys are now removing some sections, and I think that may be a poor practice for us right now. And I'm just thinking on behalf of future councils down the road, it's like, why would you, I appreciate your concern and people brought it up and said, yeah, do it. And And we may not in our lifetime see that Routt County wants to, or we annex it in, but to leave it out, that could limit us down the road. Do you agree?
I hear you. I mean, I'll defer to y'all's direction on that.
But that was a decision made that's in this plan right now, is to remove those 3 areas.
It's in the draft plan. The final plan is the plan that you guys approved this evening.
Right. Well, I mean, I just don't want to leave any of those out. And I mean, that one's the only thing that concerns me is taking the urban growth. Everything else I think is fantastic. But I don't know.
I add additional context to that?
Yeah.
Sure.
Go
Yeah.
ahead. And that's Gabby. Go ahead, Gabby.
That's what I was
Hi,
looking for.
I'm Gabby Bowler from SE Group. I'm the project manager from the consultant side. I don't know if this applies to all 3 of the areas, but one conversation that we had with the Routt County staff was when they updated their land use code, they did some changes to the underlying zoning of some of these areas, Treehouse in particular, the number 5 one. And so basically they upzoned, so the underlying density allowed is actually much higher. And basically it removes some incentive to annex because there's already a higher density allowed in the county code. So therefore they can develop at that higher density under the county regulations. So there isn't necessarily the same incentive to be part of the city. Brad, do you remember if that applies to both the other 2 areas?
Yeah.
Or we had that conversation about Treehouse.
I'll add a little bit to that. I mean, the primary rationale in the consultation with Routt County was the likelihood of extending city infrastructure services to these 3 locations was relatively minimal, to your point, Councilor Bertino, at this moment in time. And, obviously an urban growth boundary conversation can be a future conversation as well. But in the immediate, it did not seem likely that there would be a rationale to essentially extend city services to support urban level development at these 3 parcels. In part because Treehouse already has services on their own. The other 2 is the very small ski core one. It just really didn't make a whole lot of sense. And then what is now number 7 on this map. I mean, there's a lot of conservation area included within that. And so the likelihood of urban level development that would require, let's call it water and sewer in particular, seemed unlikely.
So let me get some little, if you don't mind, a little deeper on that one. It's the section 7 that does show concern. And I think that with what you just stated helps me understand it a little bit more. For example, south of town on US 40 is the LPS with Sydney Peak,
Alpine?
Not Alpine, the one on this side of that.
Priest Creek.
Thank you. Priest Creek is a LPS, right? And so a lot of that land that's down by the river, or by the 140, is that part of that LPS, or is that actually, because it's in that square? Those are the kind of things you mentioned. We have stars, we have Yampatika, we have some conservation that's already there. So it may not be worth it down the road. But you understand, for me, that one section is the area south of our town. We've just landlocked us on our major artery. And I just can't support that.
Most of that area is owned by Mount Warner Water District, and it's part of their infiltration gallery. So that area is.
And that's helpful, right? Not that can change, but I'm think of a future council down the road. Would they not, and that's really what I know, would they not be able to build in that area? If some of their council wanted to go ahead and do it, they're like, nope, sorry, we aren't going to do it. Or is it a possibility? The way we're looking at annexing the Brown Ranch and that whole area, we have to keep these corridors available, right? Or no? Is that just not an option?
I mean, that's a policy decision ultimately. I can't argue with that because that's a policy decision. But I would say the reason that was pulled out was that it's owned by Mount Warner and it's kind of a preserved area for protection of the water quality.
Yeah.
The whole area 7 is owned, or just the partial of it? I think it's just a small portion, isn't it?
It's a lot of. Thank you, Rebecca.
The upper portion sort of, it's sort of a L shape. That upper portion is primarily owned by Mount Warner Water. It is part of the infiltration galleries. And the discussion that occurred at APC and also with Routt County staff, and actually some discussion that dates back probably 10 years to the last time we had this conversation, was the Routt County Plan and the Steamboat Springs Area Community Plan has always tried to envision sort of a hard edge, rather than seeing that sprawl continue, seeing sprawl continue south into the valley. Because that is owned by Mount Warner Water, it's not really prime area for development. It makes a really nice stopping point, transition, rather than sort of leapfrogging that and then seeing development continue further. So that's sort of why we made the decision to take out all of Area 7, because it didn't make a lot of sense to jump over that, allow for some minimal additional development in that lower portion of Area 7, because you are correct, some of the Priest Creek land, I think, also abuts US 40 on the east side in that lower portion.
It's interesting. What brings this up is Tim Corrigan. Because when we've been talking about housing all the time, Tim Corrigan's like, you just need to keep building down to Haymaker, and I'm like, never gave it a thought until today when we're about ready to remove that option. And that was really my concern. So as we move forward with the whole plan, I would, plead that maybe we pull that out and still, approve the plan as is. But that would be one area that I just kind of, it's hard for me to bite that one off. And Rebecca, thank you. And I know there's some conservation and stuff in there, but I know when we put this urban growth boundary and it helps us think in that 3-mile plan. But now we're making it small, and I just don't know if that's necessary if we're not going to, I'd like the future to decide, not me. On that one, the other two, 5 and 6, yeah, 5's already built out a whole lot, and I do appreciate what you said, especially Gabby that was on there. It's a higher density that they already have in the county, so that they actually can do what they need in there. So there's a couple of reasons there I think that are wise, but this one I'm not sold on yet, and unless someone can sell me on it.
Michael, I agree with you.
You do?
I don't.
So Dixon, okay.
At all. At all.
Almost had it.
All right, let's go back to questions for Brad.
Yeah, questions are Brad. Well, you and I will.
All right, who has questions any additional questions for Brad?
One question, Brad. Tell me hypothetically how this plan would be used for a development plan for West Steamboat, not Brown Ranch, from say 13th to Snowball. So how would this be incorporated in like a vision for what that future area looks like? Or does it not? Is that?
It depends. I mean, the way obviously there is a future land use district that is proposed for the area that you just described. There is hopefully, particularly in the future, alignment with the community development code in terms of what development standards would apply as well. But we as a community also do sub-area plans. So there could be essentially a conversation around maybe there's a very specific sub-area plan that's needed for another area of town. So we have a downtown plan, we have a mountain area master plan. If it feels like there's a particular area that warrants extra detail and consideration, that is obviously something that council could direct as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Other questions? I'm sorry, I'm going to get hung up on the vacancy tax. And more just in terms of the practicality of it, as I look at this, right, in terms of actions that support the key initiative number 2, what's the reality of pulling vacancy tax out? I just don't know that we should be, when I go back to our conversation, I don't think it was necessarily, I think some of the questions about the vacancy tax were just the implementation of it, but we're listing in here lodging tax, property tax. Should we be, and then we have some, find new revenue sources, enforcement of existing policies, build revenue consensus, fiscal accountability and experimentation. If we're going to call, I'm just a little wondering what the reality is if we pull out the vacancy tax, we keep in the property tax, we keep in additional lodging tax. A lot to Councilor Dixon's point, are we saying that we could never consider a vacancy tax?
I would not consider that this plan would foreclose on any future conversation about taxes and additional revenues, particularly revenues necessary to implement the plan.
Right. And that would be my point is, again, I think it's adequate in terms of what we have in there and why are we calling out specific ones?
Can I add some additional context?
Absolutely.
Gabby.
There was a conversation at Planning Commission last week about this exact section and the discussion about the vacancy tax being decided, to not move forward with that, and whether we wanted to eliminate the paragraph about that specifically or just give less detail about all the different options. So we could basically scratch that entire page that listed out property tax, vacancy tax, additional lodging tax, all the options, and instead have a more succinct list that went into less detail about the options, just kind of left the door open for that list. And so we decided at that point to get rid of the vacancy tax paragraph, but it's still totally on the table to scratch even more and just leave a shorter list that's open-ended. So happy to do that if that's the direction of council.
Okay, thank you, Gabby, for that input on that conversation. Additional questions? Okay, let's go open it up to public comment then. Don't go too far, Brad.
I know.
We'll open it up for public comment. So if there's anybody in the audience that would like to make a public comment, if there's anybody online that would like to make a public comment, please either come down to the front, state your name, and you have 3 minutes, or if you're online, please raise your hand. Okay, we do have one person. Chris, would you like to go ahead, unmute, state your name, and you have 3 minutes?
Paoli.
We see you. We need you to unmute.
I'm unmuted.
There you go.
There you go.
Chris Paoli, 55 Missouri Avenue. And this is the drawback to watching a city council meeting is there's subjects to talk about, but I just wanted to ask the question, and this is something that's been a hot button for me. Is there any motivation in the community to incentivize economically beneficial development through our zoning code? As we're talking about things like a vacancy tax, obviously there's a revenue problem. And I think it's terrible that we're watching a number of properties downtown that could be hotels turn into small condo projects, which provide zero economic value to our community. And we're sitting here talking about budget issues. So, I mean, is the community, seems like a really important question to the community is, should we be using our zoning code to influence and promote economically productive development in our, business districts? So, I mean, I'm like, the one that's a perfect example is Scott Marr's property down on 10th Street. The fact that that went from potentially a hotel to 5 condos, and we're sitting here talking about taxing vacant houses, and all we had to do was probably give him some incentives to move forward, and he is the only person that would actually come forward with something. And we sat there and told this guy that he wasn't giving us any economic benefit, and now we're gonna get 5 condos instead of 54 hotel rooms. So that's my opinion, is we should be promoting economically productive development as opposed to taxing vacant homes if we have revenue problems. So I don't know if that's something we could get into as you put the vacancy tax question out there, we should be asking the question is, do people want to see, the zoning code used for economically productive projects? That's it.
All right. Thank you, Chris. All right. Is there anybody else that would like to make a public comment? Okay. We will go ahead and close the public comment period and bring it back to council.
Question for you, Gail. So you asked the question.
Wait,
and you got it answered. What was your response?
Can we ask Brad to answer that public comment first?
Oh, okay,
before we Get into this.
Yes.
Can you address that?
Yeah, sure. My sense is that there are a couple places in the plan that actually sort of speak directly to that. There are some initiatives that I would describe that are about incremental densification, particularly in sort of key nodes and arterials around the community. And there's very much a focus on understanding how land use and the economy are tied together, particularly sort of thinking about uses that generate employment and economic activity. That doesn't get us all the way to a policy conversation, but it certainly is a prompt or a recognition that more conversation needs to be had on that front.
Thanks, Brad. Okay, sorry, Michael, go ahead.
No. Gail, you asked a good question, but I know there was more into it. I was going to hear
yeah.
your discussion around it.
I mean, I guess I would propose that we take out additional lodging tax, property tax, and just keep it very high level, as opposed, in terms of when I look at this, right? Actions that support key initiative number 2, and we talk about find new revenue sources.
Yeah.
So that just allows for, but I would defer to you, Brad. And, and again, I kind of, based on what Gabby just said, that why do we need to list specific ones?
I could agree with you.
Yeah, I mean, Gabby described, and we essentially were given 2 options from Planning Commission and about how we could revise the draft based on their conversation. We went with the remove one example, but the other example that was was described as generally synthesize that rather than pointing to very specific revenue vehicles.
And for anybody, it's on page 592, 5.9, or 61 or 62, depending on what your version is, 5.92, 5.93. But I think the more important point is, right, find new revenue sources. You look at enforcement of policies and then build revenue consensus and fiscal accountability and experimentation. So I guess my thought would be,
simpler is better.
yeah, let's just, would encourage deleting additional lodging tax and property tax. So deleting any sort of specific references, because that gives, I think, future councils more flexibility and eliminates any sort of.
I'll just chime in. One of the first things that was discussed at APCC is that taking detail out of this makes it worthless. And so trying to keep detail in here helps future councils actually make decisions. So yes, I hear you that removing this, it leaves more options, but then when you don't have details, there is nothing to lean on, there is nothing to point to. You water it down to a point where it's just a document.
Yeah, I mean, I see your point, because we were trying to give direction and a plan to work on for action and make something happen.
And I think we'd all be lying if we said we don't need a property tax. I think we all agree we need a property tax.
What we're trying not to do is I don't want to limit any future council. She said it. I mean, I
Yeah.
just want to kind of keep things, by putting it in there with that much detail, I don't know. Either way, but I appreciate, Gail, you bringing that up. I'd hear more of you guys on this one.
I'm okay either way. I don't think by including it in, it excludes anything that isn't listed, i.e. a vacancy tax is not precluded from this. So, I think that the examples used here, like a property tax, to Brian's point, it's an obvious one. It's also one that most of our other municipalities have in place. So, but again, I could go either way on it. I could throw in the vacancy tax into it, but there's no way we can include every potential revenue generating device.
Right.
So we selected a few. If you feel like if we're going to select any, we should select everyone, which is impossible. Then the question is it okay to have some in there that are maybe more obvious or more frequent than others?
This document has a fair number of aspirational items in it. I don't know that we should call property tax aspirational, but it is a possibility. Yeah, a vacancy tax is a possibility, but we've already rejected it. So I get why the decision was made to not include it. But there are also super aspirational things in here, like a rec center. And I questioned Brad a lot about why we would put something in here which is so aspirational and so far from achievable. But that's part of the conceptual nature of this plan. So I have absolutely no problem with leaving things that are not real at the moment, and they're not even council goals or city strategies at the moment, like a property tax. I have no problem at all in leaving them in here. Maybe these are reminders for us about things that we should be thinking about moving toward. Could I be any more vague? But that's where I come out.
Right. And I guess I just hang on the motion too of, we know how when we look at these plans and we reflect back on things that we're in, and I guess I'm a little, when I think back about our conversation about the vacancy tax, the argument really was that we, more from an implementation perspective, was what I recall a lot of the reasoning for not approving a vacancy tax. So I'm focused on this because I don't want a future council to say, well, it was in here and it was rejected. So I would either say add it back, or I'd say take the other ones out.
I don't think a future council will be looking at the edits of the community canvas.
We don't know, Councilor Swintek, right?
I'd support putting it back.
I'm fine. I would vote to leave it the way it is.
Well, before we go there, other comments on the document? Or if there any other discussion on the vacancy tax?
Can we just count thumbs up to decide on this topic?
I don't know.
Or
I mean, I think it
discussion
would
do we
be,
need?
I think it would be part of an amendment. I mean, in terms of the motion, right?
What more of a we're circling. I'm trying to close this circle. So how do we get
I
this
don't
one
know. I'll
topic
defer,
done
I'll
so we
defer
can
to Dan.
continue?
I mean, in terms of,
What
do
does
we do a
Dan
thumb, I mean, do we
tell
do a
us about?
thumbs up on this, or can we, or I would say it just becomes part of the motion. If somebody makes a motion that we approve this with the addition of putting the vacancy tax language back in, it is where I was headed.
Well, you could do it either way.
Right. So what other,
So can we just decide, all right, can we get thumbs up of who wants it to stay the way that it is right now?
okay, would you be specific?
Can I get
Let's,
quick clarification? Does
Yeah.
this actually, Dan, does this limit a future council from actually bringing forward other revenue streams?
No.
Okay. I don't know, I'm agnostic.
Keep it the way it is. I'm
So
fine.
vote to keep it the way it is as written on pages 61 and 62 in the section about actions that support key initiative number 2.
I'm fine.
Can we
All
get
right.
4 thumbs up?
Okay,
Great, we
so-
have 4 thumbs up. Next
well,
topic.
thank you, Councilor Swintek.
Thank you.
Well, I want to ask my friend to my right here. You, urban growth boundary section 7. Come on, talk to me. Convince me otherwise.
So one, I think there are points made for the conservation. If I need to pull it up, it's runs up against the Yampa River. So we have, that's a floodplain, Mount Warner water. So I think to the point, it would be, you would have Mount Warner water, then you would have development. And I have heard from constituents that they want to protect the South Valley. I mean, that's like huge. So at what point do we draw that line? And to me, this makes sense. Again, the conservation, and I think the protecting of our South Valley is really, really important.
Well, and just remind me, is this past the storage? Or is it, I'm trying to remember where this is. Does this butt up to Legacy and Stars?
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's
Includes
past,
it?
so it's south of Stars?
Correct. Yep.
Say that again?
Stars is the southern boundary.
And I appreciate that.
Okay.
I think that any future council is going to look at our water redundancy, and especially Mount Warner water, and other things that are there. But again, I just have to be considerate of just the entry corridor and removing it from the urban growth boundary. To me, that just landlocks us for any future. And I don't want to grow there. I think that it's extremely character when you drive into Steamboat and you have this beautiful meadow and then you kind of gradually get into town. I mean, I love our entry corridor. I don't want to see a bunch of buildings and stuff there. But again, I also don't want to be short-sighted in this plan, taking that out of some future plan. That's all.
I would love to piggyback on that. I think we heard public comment during our Brown Ranch Solutions discussions over the last several years about concerns with developing on the west side of town. Until that solution or solutions have fully developed, I think we should keep our options open. You know, when we think about traffic on the west side of town, we don't have the best solutions currently. I'm hopeful that we will find them. But there is a grocery store on the south side of town. There's not the same traffic constraints, and maybe development on the south side of town is unrealistic based on the easements. But I also think about Mount Warner Water and how we can potentially see mixed use of land. We have Whistler Park that shares land with the water district. So I don't know if it's totally unrealistic to think that development could coexist with that. That's my reasoning.
Tom, as I'm new here, for like the South Valley has always been, you're not allowed to touch it, right?
Yes.
It's been pretty sacred, yes.
So that's, to me, I'm like, why is this included in the urban growth boundary? I know you don't want to be locked in, but the reality is we are. That'll just never get developed. That's how I see it. Even if we quote unquote keep our options open or it's there, it's just not allowed to get developed. So why keep it in there?
Our entry corridor definitely has some restrictions on there. I'm just saying, can we just keep it in the urban growth boundary? That's all.
And I would like to highlight, the city will not be developing that.
Yeah.
It will be a developer who's coming in to make money. Fine, good for them. That's what they need to do. It will be a hotel. And here we have, when you drive into Steamboat, we have heard residents talk about, one, for those of you that maybe don't make that drive very often, that traffic backs up because it's a one-lane road. So it backs up until you hit Walton Creek with the lights. And now we're driving in now, and to your right, hotel, 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 converted hotel, hotel. That's not what we want for the entry gateway coming into Steamboat. I'm done. I saw you wanted to counter.
So what you're saying is we should put a stoplight at Stone Lane Bridge, so. Oh, I misinterpreted that, I'm sorry.
Okay, all right.
Oh God, it's getting late.
Okay, so we'll stay. We'll
I
go.
just have one question, Dan. If we take it out, can another council put it back in?
Sure. And
Okay.
and another council could choose to go forward with the tax regardless of what this plan says.
Then just keep it as it is.
There.
Okay, do you want to, yeah, so do we want to do a thumbs up in terms of, do you want to take it out?
I would like to take it out.
Okay, is there support for Counselor
Let me see your thumb.
Pacino's
You do a thumb war.
request
One
to
second.
remove
Hotel, Amy.
the 7, yeah. To remove
We have
7?
4? I have 2.
You have 2.
Leave as is.
All right, leave it as it is. All right, thank you.
All right, what other comments? Any other comments? Okay, all right, well, if there are no other comments, then I would entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Counselor West. We have a second by Counselor Swintek to approve Agenda Item 8, a resolution adopting the Steamboat Springs Community Plan. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposition? Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. We will
Brad,
move.
thank you.
Thanks, Brad.
Great work.
All right, we'll move on to Agenda Item 6, which is a resolution PL 202-50210, the Vantage at Village Drive. We are pulling this one in order to have the item postponed to the November 18, 2025 agenda. Can I get a motion?
Motion, so moved.
Okay. We have a motion by Counselor Montine. We have a second by Counselor McGinley to postpone this item to the November 18, 2025 agenda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Okay. Next, we will move on to Let's see. We're going to move to our public hearing motions, resolutions, and ordinances. Agenda item 10 is an ordinance adopting the budget and setting appropriations for the city of Steamboat Springs, Colorado for and during the period beginning the first day of January 2026 and ending the 31st day of December 2026. All right, Kim, you want to come down? I think we're all pretty familiar with this at this point.
Good evening, Council. Kim Weber, Finance Director. So you have the ordinance to adopt the appropriations for the 2026 budget. It includes just over $126 million of expenditures. In the budget book, there will be a corresponding projection of revenue of just over $136 million over 9 different funds. I'm happy to go through the changes from the original budget that the city manager presented to city council if you would like me to, or we can just go to questions. It's up to you.
I think we're ready for questions. Is there anybody that would like to ask a question? Okay.
Eat this horse, we're good.
I think so. I think we've landed in a good spot. So I will go ahead and open it up to public comment. So if there's anybody in the audience that would like to make a public comment, or if there's anybody online that would like to make a public comment on item 10, which is the ordinance adopting the budget and setting the appropriation for the city of Steamboat Springs for 2026, please either come down, state your name, or raise your hand if you're online. Okay, not seeing anybody that would like to make public comment, I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Counselor McGinley. We have a second by Counselor Bacino. All those in to approve agenda item 10. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposition? Okay, thank you very much.
We have an approved budget.
We will move on to agenda item 11, which is an ordinance rezoning 1801 Lincoln Avenue parcel 936072004 from industrial I zone district to commercial services zone district PL 202-40043. And I think we lost our applicant.
He's here.
Okay, good. I was gonna say he's been with us all night.
You can speak slow so he can walk in the room. Toby Stoffer, Senior Planner. This is a zone map amendment to zone this property, 2.75 acre property from industrial to commercial services. We find that it meets criteria for approval and it's consistent with the current, maybe soon to be not current, future land use plan for the area. The ordinance was approved on first reading last week with an amended effective date. That is the proposed language number 1 in attachment A or section 7 in the ordinance, and that's the only change from the first reading. So if you have questions, we're here and the applicant's here.
Okay, great. Thank you. Would you like to make a comment? Okay, thank you. Thank you. We'll give you the option.
Cheers.
We'll give you the option though. Okay, all right. Okay, are there any questions for Toby? Okay, is there anybody in the audience that would like to make a public comment, or is there anybody online that would like to make public comment? If so, either come on down or raise your hand. All right, we're not seeing anyone who's interested in making a public comment, so we will close the public comment portion, and I would entertain a motion to approve agenda item 11.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Counselor West. We have a second by Counselor Swintek. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposition? Okay, thank you
For staying
being
around.
here with us all evening. Okay, we'll move on to agenda item 12, which is an ordinance vacating a portion of a utility easement and a portion of a snow storage and removal easement located on Lot 23, Copper Ridge Business Park, filing number 4, PL 202505155. Okay, Jeremy.
Yep. As you said, vacation of snow storage and utility easement, different portions. You can see the exhibits there. Primarily, this has to deal with topography that's not being used by snow storage and the ability for the applicant to maximize use of their site. If you have any questions, let me know.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions for Jeremy? Okay. Is there anybody in the audience that would like to make a public comment, or is there anybody online that would like to make a public comment? Okay, not seeing anyone interested in making a public comment, we'll close the public comment portion of the hearing. And I would, if there's not any discussion, I would entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Counselor Muntean. We have a second by Counselor West. Again, any discussion? And this is for agenda item 12, approval of agenda item 12. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposition? Okay. All right, we are now going to move to agenda item 13, which is the second reading of an ordinance approving the short-term rental tax funds for Cottonwoods at Mid-Valley 2025 supplemental budget appropriation. And we did have a number of rainbow items. And they're all purple. So hopefully everybody got a chance to take a look at them, or if you're in the audience and want to look, they're back on the back shelf.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Kim Weber, Finance Director. So this is a supplemental budget appropriation out of the short-term rental tax fund for $5 million to add to the $5 million you've currently appropriated for a total of $10 million in order to fund the grant agreement that you approved at the last meeting for the Yampa Valley Housing Authority for the grant for Cottonwoods at Mid-Valley.
Okay, are there any questions for Kim? Okay, not seeing any questions. I'll go ahead and open it up for public comment. Is there anyone that in the audience that would like to make a public comment on agenda item 13, the ordinance approving the short-term rental tax fund allocation to Cottonwoods? So if there's anybody online, please raise your hand. Okay, I am not seeing anyone interested in making public comments, so we will bring it back to council for discussion or a motion.
I will just make a general statement. I hope that we as council get away from us being involved in making loans of large amounts or giving money of large amounts for development projects. We aren't developers. We don't know enough to be able to ask questions or to really understand these details. I hope we have a process soon and somebody else who can handle this for us that does it in the best way, and they are experts. That's all I'll say.
Can you make recommendations on how the ad hoc committee could provide the
There are
information?
companies out there who they do this. We are not the first municipality who has taxpayer funds, who allocates taxpayer funds for affordable housing. I mean, New York City has been doing it for decades. I don't know how they do it, but I guarantee you that there are companies out there who can manage these, help us allocate these funds in a way, and they know the questions to ask. In this pro forma model, like these questions, I don't know what half of any of that crap means, and I don't think anybody else does. We aren't able to ask the right questions, regardless of who's presenting to us.
Well, I guess maybe just a point of clarification, Dan, I mean, I think that's it. I mean, in terms of the allocation, the short-term rental monies, can anybody do that beyond council? Or are you suggesting something else, Councilor Swintek, in
I'm
terms
saying
of?
we're bad at doing it and we need to not do it. So
Well,
yeah.
I guess what I'm asking Councilor or Dan is, I don't think that we can, give our authority to some, can council give our authority to the allocation of the short-term rental tax to some other entity?
Well, the council has to appropriate the funds.
Yeah.
That's a charter requirement. However, the terms of the deal, that does not have to be negotiated at the council level. So for example, this project the resolution could have been negotiated at the staff level and not brought to council at all, and council only sees the project as an appropriation. But yes, you do have to do the appropriation.
Mm-hmm. And maybe we know that as part of the work session in December, that there will be a conversation about what the ad hoc committee looks like on a going forward basis. So that may be a more appropriate conversation to have at that time.
I'm not saying we need to discuss it. I'm just using my microphone right now to make a statement that, once again, we aren't experts at this. We're kidding ourselves if we think we're experts at this. And I really hope soon we get this out of our hands and we give it to people who their job is literally to do this.
Well, I think our council president has correctly stated that within the next couple of months, we will have such a body.
All right, other comments? Okay, I will take a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Counselor Muntean and we have a second by Counselor McGinley in order to approve the ordinance approving the short-term rental tax funds for Cottonwoods at Mid-Valley 2025. Again, any discussion, comments? I mean, I think this is monumental for our community to be able to move forward in terms of actually bringing the first for sale units to market in 20 years. And I think this is really going to make a difference in the lives of a number of members of our community and allow them to actually put down their roots and continue to thrive in this community. So I applaud the effort and thanks all who made it happen.
To me, this becomes the partnership with the Housing Authority that we really need to foster and grow into the future. Yes, we are blessed with a short-term rental tax fund that most every city in Colorado is jealous about, where we can now give it back to our community. And I love the criteria around who gets to benefit from it and the lottery system. So this is a great beginning partnership to show how we can work together.
And this is, yeah, absolutely something we need to celebrate and get out to the community to your point. I mean, this is a great use of the short-term rental tax funds, and that has been something that's been a tool for our council to be able to make some significant inroads into solving our workforce housing issue. So
teamwork with the housing authority.
As somebody who has struggled in the housing world here in our community, you know, this really will make a big difference. So I thank council for your support on this. I think the Housing Authority, I know this was not an easy one. And just thank you for taking the risk to take on a new type of project. I think this will really open up the possibilities within the Housing Authority, within our community. I know you've learned so much in this process and really look forward to seeing what you all do next. So thank you.
And I want anybody and everybody in this community to thank those short-term rental licensors that have paid money, because we've made a boatload of money that we can use to buy down this product. That's also who we need to thank, is our visitors that come here and rent those properties. Because otherwise, we will not have this money. So this has been very good.
all right, with that, I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposition? Okay, that passes unanimously. We will now go to our city attorney report. He gave us a lot of information to read.
Sure, there are a lot of pages in that report.
Good.
It's not really indicative of the amount of time that I'd like to spend on this tonight.
Yeah.
Amen.
But this is a follow-up to the operational assessment discussion we had the last meeting. And that conversation touched a little bit on governance and in particular, the fact that the city does not have a governance policy. And I was asked if I could check with CML to see if they had any suggestions for us. CML does not have a standard governance policy. And the reason for that, I believe, and I had some discussions with CML's general counsel, I think a governance policy is more of a private sector concept. And that has to do with the fact that private organizations, private corporations, have a lot more leeway to decide how they're going to operate internally than a municipality in Colorado does. And that's because we've got constitutional provisions and charter provisions and statutory provisions and city code provisions, council resolutions, just a whole host of laws that establish a lot of the governance rules that we deal with from time to time. So, you know, constitutionally, that's term limits. Statutorily, that's Open Meetings Law and Open Records Act. Obviously, our charter has a lot to say about how the city operates. So I think that it is not as much of a public sector concept, although the consultant, Ms. Deason, did point me to the Alamosa policy, which I included in the packet. So that's a roundabout way of saying that we don't have a governance policy, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. I don't think that many communities do. And that is not also to say that there is not work that could be done in this area. The council, I think every retreat spends at least some time discussing governance. Governance came up several times tonight. You know, what are issues that are appropriate to spend your scarce time on? What sorts of decisions should go to council as a policy matter and which should be administrative? So like when you talk about STR funds, should council's role be restricted just to appropriating funds and leaving the details to experts? These are all governance questions, and I think we could certainly spend some time talking about these things. I think your retreat is a good opportunity to do that. So if there's a desire to try to formalize the discussions you have at your retreat as to how the council will function for the next year, I think that would be a first step if you wanted to formalize a policy more. I also included a couple links in the report to governance workshops that the Colorado Municipal League puts on, and I think those are recommended. And then there's also a CIRSA document that is more geared towards governance issues and how they intersect with liability, because CIRSA is mostly concerned with managing liability. That is an interesting and important document, and I've provided it to, I don't know if I do it every retreat, but I've definitely provided it in the past, and I would recommend taking a look at that if you're interested in this issue. So I don't want to go on too much about this. If you have questions, obviously I'm here to answer them, and we could also take this up again in December if you like.
Great. Questions for Dan? I mean, we will mention that there is a CML effective governance workshop in Meeker, I think on November 19th, correct? And so we did go ahead and reserve 3 spots.
Yes.
Yeah, we reserved 3 spots. So again, if anybody on council hasn't been to one of those before, I think they are definitely worth participating in, so I can get a sense of what Dan talked about. So know that that's an option. And then I guess I would go back to Dan's question. Do we want Tom to put a pin in this for a potential discussion at the December or January retreat?
Yeah, I mean, I was a little intrigued with it. I didn't read through the Alamosa's report, but when you listed all the different plans that we have and governance that we have and kind of seeing the consolidation, I would like to have the conversation a little further. I don't know if I want to go there directly, but that was a little intriguing to me, and I wanted to go down that path, but not tonight.
I think one or more of us should go to that conference.
Yep.
And then we should decide whether that's something that fits into the council retreat or not.
Okay.
It's a big word without much substance behind it right now. And we're kind of looking to say, well, is this a thing that we really need to do without having any basis for making that choice? I think we'll be better informed after that.
Good deal.
Yeah, I would just say, let's put it on the list so it doesn't get lost, and then you can make then the decision can be made.
The only question is, our meeting in December, we always fill it with the goal setting thing, and this is a meaty topic we're adding to it. Are we going to have enough time to dedicate to this where it's not just a 10-minute conversation?
You also need to pick your boards and commissions.
I'm well aware. Yeah.
I don't think we can answer that question until we know if there's anything that comes out of Meeker that leads us to say, listen, we really need to sit and talk about this. And if we do, how do we make time for that in the retreat? Or does this become a work session in winter or spring?
Okay.
I believe that, was it SGR? I can't remember her first name now.
Teresa.
Teresa, didn't she talked about governance?
Yep.
Yeah.
And we haven't reached out to her as potentially some resource that we might be able to use to help
You
us.
haven't, but I have. We have reached out to her, and they've given us names of some folks that could help us with that. And I'll just, to answer Councilor Swintek's question, every retreat we do spend time sort of talking about governance. If you recall, Gary would talk about, policy, the what and the how. That's governance. The working agreements in some respects are governance. So I think it's sort of taking that concept and formalizing it into a governance policy. And I think that's really kind of the conversation that we would have in January. And if council is interested, and we'll talk about this further, we could bring SGR to talk about for a portion of the retreat to talk just about this, because I think they would be a very good resource.
And to facilitate a process.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think also, I mean, CML is the expert in this area, right? The Colorado Municipal League. So, I mean, I definitely, I mean, to the point being made about private entities versus government.
Yeah.
I think it makes sense to see before we expend any additional resources, see what happens at the governance conference, at that meeting.
Did we get an email about the CML thing on the 19th?
It's in Dan's.
The long.
Julie or Myra?
No,
Just
it's
for
in the,
one.
If you're interested, if you're interested in going, let Julie know.
I'm looking at
Does
it.
that make sense?
I did email you the information and I registered.
I know you did me. Yeah. So you emailed everybody? Perfect. So look for an email from Julie.
Okay, thanks. But then that means we need to have an early council meeting on the 18th. Can't run late.
All right. Speaking of running late, our next agenda item, if we're okay with that, is old business. We have our minutes from our special meeting, August 25th, 2025. Is everybody get a chance to look at those? Any edits? Okay. Any comments? All right. I'll entertain a motion to approve our special meeting minutes from August 25, 2025.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Counselor West. We have a second by Counselor Bacino. All of those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposition? Okay. We also have on our agenda,
To adjourn.
say again?
Just kidding.
No, we can't, sorry. Well, we can. We have, the next agenda item would be agenda item 16, which is to go into an executive session to discuss the items of the potential acquisition of the Campbell and CDOT properties. We, as a council, would be authorized to go into an executive session, specifically pursuant to CRS 24-6402-4B, conferences with an attorney for the local public body for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions. Mere presence of the participation of an attorney and an executive session of the local public body is not sufficient to satisfy the requirements of this section. Also, per CRS 24-6024EL, determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators. So is there any discussion on this, or can I entertain a motion to move into an executive session?
Move to go into executive session.
Okay, we have a motion by Counselor West. We have a second by Counselor McGinley. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Okay.
If I go to the thing in Meeker, will the city fly me private to Meeker Airport to go?
Yeah. You could get a ride.
The city jet?
Okay, you guys, it is 10:37. The time is now 10:37 and the executive session has been concluded. The participants in the executive session were myself, Gail Gary,
Dakota McGinley,
Steve Montine.
Brian Swintek,
Dan Foot.
Tom Leeson.
Amy Dixon.
Michael Pacino.
Luella West.
Brad Calvert, Eric Fries,
Doug Wilson.
Doug Wilson,
Kelly.
and Kelly Romero Heaney. Okay, we got everybody? Okay, all right. For the record, if any person who participated in the executive session believes that any substantial discussion of any matter not included in the motion to go into the executive session occurred during the executive session, or that any proper action occurred during the executive session in violation of the open meetings law, I would ask that you state your concerns for the record now. Okay, and again, the purpose of the executive session was the potential acquisition of the Campbell and the CDOT properties. So I'm not hearing any concerns. So with that, I will ask for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Oh, gosh, who got that one? Wait, we should let Counselor McGinley.
Oh,
Yeah, well, so actually Counselor West, a motion, and Counselor McGinley second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, no opposition.